This is WSPC Albemarle. The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. Albemarle. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
WJAS.
The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This has been a test of the emergency alert system on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. This was only a test.
Getting your day underway. Mornings with Tom Stryker. Today, Variety I-94.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
The civil authorities have issued a required weekly test for right-of-men, beginning at 9:29 a.m. and ending at 5:29 p.m. Test. This is a test from the Wright County Sheriff's Office test.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
perdemos algunos puestos, ¿verdad? Pero más allá de eso, yo tengo que añadir que yo estoy feliz porque momentáneamente nosotros tenemos una tranquilidad. ¿Y por qué digo momentáneamente? Porque estos son temas que cuando por alguna razón política necesitamos exacerbar los ánimos y necesitamos entrar en alguna controversia que pueda ser de carácter de distracción para otros asuntos, utilizamos los asuntos de las mujeres precisamente para lograr esa distracción. Yo creo que si miramos la historia, eso ha sido así siempre. Por otro lado, yo invito a las mujeres que nos están escuchando que ya es tiempo de que empecemos a tomar posiciones.
Estilos, yo no los avalo. Si usted los avala, perfecto, diferencia estipulada. Pero si queremos un mejor país, tenemos que ejecutar distinto, ¿verdad? Y eso es lo que yo quiero hacer y eso es lo que yo he aprendido con el tiempo. Ahorita Andrés Jiménez me decía que él no es la misma persona que hace 50 años porque uno evoluciona. Y yo no soy la misma persona de hace en esencia soy la misma, pero he madurado, he aprendido tantas cosas, ¿verdad? Porque la vida te enseña, cuando te conviertes en ser madre, porque el privilegio de ser mamá te enseña tantas cosas y tú luchas por ese hijo o hija y qué tú no haces. Y la vida te cambia esa perspectiva, la visión como
pasó todo, etcétera, pero sigue habiendo un problema de representatividad, porque la Comisión de lo Jurídico está compuesta por 11 personas, de las cuales 9 son hombres. Y entonces está Mariana Nogales y está Luis Burgos, que no es antiderechos, así que eso es una cosa que se tiene que mirar.
Servicio Nacional de Meteorología para realizar la prueba semanal del sistema de alerta para Puerto Rico y la Isla Americana. Durante situaciones de emergencia, la alarma será activada. La prueba se realiza los miércoles entre las 11 y 12 del mediodía. Si las condiciones del tiempo lo permiten. De no ser así, se llevará a cabo el día con buen tiempo. The National Weather Service wanted to interrupt the normal conduct the weekly emergency alerts for Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. During emergencies, this alarm will be activated. This test is conducted every Wednesday, 11 and 12 noon. If weather conditions are unfavorable, the test will be done the next weather day. Now we return to our regular program. Ahora regresamos a nuestra programación regular.
Sí, pero entonces hay una cosa que me preocupa, que estos son medidas, una de ellas para legalmente.
En San Juan interrumpe la programación regular de esta emisora para realizar la prueba semanal del sistema de alertas en emergencias para Puerto Rico y las Islas Vírgenes Americanas. Durante situaciones de emergencia, esta alarma será activada. La prueba se realiza los miércoles entre las 11 y 12 del mediodía, si las condiciones del tiempo lo permiten. De no ser así, se llevará a cabo el próximo día con buen tiempo. The National Weather Service in San Juan has interrupted the normal broadcast to conduct the weekly test of the emergency alert system for Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. During emergencies, this alarm will be activated. This test is conducted every Wednesday between 11 and 12 noon. If weather conditions are unfavorable, the test will be done the next good weather day. Now we return to our regular program. Ahora regresamos a nuestra programación regular.
This is the National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama. The preceding signal was a test of the new weather radio warning alarm device for stations KEC 61 Mobile, KEC 86 Milton, WWF 55 Jackson, KH 69 Dillister, WNG 646 Brooklyn, WNG 640 Lakeville, and WNG 607 Greenville. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and your receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 9 and 10 a.m. and between 6 and 8 p.m. each Wednesday. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather within the area Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. Will be more noticeable at greater distances.
This is the National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama.
In good working order. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous
for stations KEC61 Mobile, KEC86 Milton, WWF 55 Jackson, KH69 Dillister, WNG646 Brooklyn, WNG640 Leesville, and WNG607 Greenville. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and the receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 9 and 10 a.m. and between 6 and 8 p.m. each Wednesday. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather within the area Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, which is normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even if you are using a good quality receiver, which is in good working order. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings, which affect the following counties. In Mississippi, George, Greene, Jackson, Perry, Stone, and Wayne. In Alabama, Baldwin, Butler, Choctaw, Clark, Coffee, Conecuh, Covington, Crenshaw, Escambia, Geneva, Lowndes, Mobile, Monroe, Pike, Washington, and Wilcox. And in the Florida Panhandle, Escambia, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, and Walton. This has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm device. We now return you to our normal program.
And now we'll look at your forecast for Indianapolis and central Indiana. within 5 nautical miles from shore for the following South Canada.
Outdoors get more done. Lost by last, listen.
Westward cloudy to 20 knots with gusts that blows around 20. West winds around 15 miles an hour. Thursday night, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. Waves around 2 feet. 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Highs in the lower 40s. Van Creek. Lows in the mid-20s. Palmyra. Tuesday, 6.34. Highs in the upper 40s. Again, the forecast for Champaign, Urbana, and surrounding areas of east central Illinois for the rest of today, cloudy. Snow likely late this morning, then a chance of snow this afternoon. Little or no snow accumulation. Near steady temperature in the lower 30s. West winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour.
This has been a test of the NOAA All Hazards Weather Radio Alarm System. NOAA National Weather Service normally conducts this test every Wednesday between 11:30 a.m. and noon. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next fair weather day. You will be informed between 7 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. each test day if the test will or will not be conducted. This test is conducted to give you the opportunity to ensure that your radio alarm system is in good working order. This has been a test.
Temperatures were in the lower to mid-30s. Snow was falling at Peoria. Thursday night, clear, cold. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, regular results will only be activated for the following delays that will hail in full listening area in Missouri, St. Louis, Franklin, Jefferson, Lincoln, St. Charles, Warren, and the city of St. Louis. In Illinois, Madison, Monroe, and St. Clair. If your receiver was not activated, the alert function will automatically reset after the test. This concludes our test for this weekend. We will now resume normal programming. Thank you. In the air at Lambert Field in St. Louis, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 34 degrees. The dew point was giving us a relative humidity of 56%.
was a test of the National Weather Service warning alarm tone. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially equipped receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers by this system are normally conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is the threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next available good weather day. The warning alarms, transmitted over National Weather Service radio stations in north central and northeast Illinois, will be activated for watches and or warnings affecting all counties in north central and northeast Illinois, as well as counties in far northwest Indiana. Reception of this broadcast and the alarm tone will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at a distance from a given transmitter.
Warning alarm tone only conducted by the National Weather Service in Sioux Falls each Wednesday morning between 11 a.m. and noon Central Time. The test will be canceled if this weather threat is experienced during short test times. Reception of this broadcast, especially the alarm tone, will vary at any given location. Variability is caused by such factors as terrain, distance from your transmitters, and will occur even though you speak using excellent quality receivers. To provide the most consistent and dependable service possible, the warning alarm tone will be activated only for selected watches and warnings affecting those counties within the transmitter's receiver area. This concludes our test. We now return to normal programming.
Public warning alarm tone, which normally precedes the broadcast of emergency messages. This is a test of the warning alarm system for NOAA weather radio stations WXJ89 Wausau, KIG65 Green Bay, WXN69 Sister Bay, WWG88 Crandon, WWF40 Coloma, WNG552 New London, KC2XBZ Gresham, WNG553 Wissahickon, and WNG565 Rhinelander. Specially built receivers are automatically activated by this signal for severe weather watches and warnings issued for central and northeastern Wisconsin. Tests of this alarm system are conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. If severe weather threatens the area near the normal test time, the test will be postponed until the first available good weather day. The warning alarm will be activated for watches and warnings that affect these 9 NOAA weather radio stations in central and northeastern Wisconsin. For a complete listing of the transmitter locations, frequencies, and the counties they serve, please contact the Green Bay National Weather Service office at 920-494-2363 and select option number 7. This list is also available on the internet at weather.gov/GRB. This concludes the test of the public warning alarm. We now return.
Cold with highs in the upper 20s. West winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of snow 40%. For Thursday night. Cold, cloudy. Lows around 15. West winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Friday.
There's a risk of severe especially the warning alarm tone will vary at a given location. This variability, normally more noticeable from greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a quality receiver and good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for the following counties in Oklahoma: Adair, Atoka, Bryan, Craig, Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Cole, Delaware, Haskell, Hughes, Latimer, LaFleur, Mays, McIntosh, Muskogee, Nowata, Okfuskee, Old Mulgee, Osage, Ottawa, Pawnee, Pittsburgh, Pushmataha, Rogers, Sequoia, Tulsa, Wagner, and Washington, and in Arkansas, Benton, Carroll, Crawford, Franklin, Logan, and Washington, in Missouri, McDonald, and Mary counties, and in Kansas, Chautauqua, Lafayette, and Montgomery counties. This concludes this week's test of the NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Public Warning System. We now return to our normal programming.
So you can do that remotely with all participating locations, electronic Bradford, and all of the attainment works for kids. That website is in the show notes that you can go to and pay for $3,100 that you're a wilderness organization to provide rewards for more kids.
Weather radio
the local forecast for the listening area. West of today, mostly cloudy. A 50% chance of snow showers in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 20s. West winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, breezy. Mostly cloudy with a 50% chance of light snow. Patchy blowing snow after midnight. Lows 10 to 15, mostly cloudy. Patchy blowing snow. Chance of snow. Wind, northwest winds 20 to 30 miles per hour. Lightning, none. Extended forecast, Friday, breezy. Mostly cloudy. Highs around 14. Lows around 6. Saturday, breezy. Mostly cloudy. Highs around 11. Lows around 2. The Aberdeen, South Dakota climate summary for yesterday, November 15th, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 24 degrees occurred at 3:04 p.m. The record high is 72 degrees, which was set in 1953. Yesterday's low temperature of 19 degrees occurred at 10:36 p.m. The record low is -8 degrees, which was set in 1900. 0.02 inches of precipitation fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 0.68 inches. This is 0.26 inches above the normal amount of 0.42 inches for November. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 19.68 inches, which is 1.21 inches below normal. 0.6 inches of snow fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 3.1 inches. The total snowfall for the season since October 1st now stands at 3.1 inches. There were 43 degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 504. The yearly total since July 1st is 1,142. Yesterday, the maximum wind observed was 22 miles an hour from the north. The highest wind gust observed was 31 miles per hour from the north. Yesterday, the average wind speed was 14 miles per hour. The normal high temperature for today is 42 degrees, and the normal low is 19. The record high for today is 71, which occurred in 2001, and the record low is -12, which occurred in 1955. Sunrise today is at 7:34 a.m. and sunset is at 5:02 p.m. Potential for blowing and drifting snow impacts early Thursday morning through late Thursday evening. Impacts to travel will be possible by early Thursday morning. Isolated to scattered snow showers are expected to combine with blowable snow already on the ground and wind gusts up to 40 to 50 miles per hour, especially throughout the Missouri River Valley and Prairie Dakota regions, to produce periods of near whiteout conditions in blowing snow. Visibility reductions to less than 1/2 mile at times away from urban centers will be possible. Expect travel impacts during the Thursday morning commuting hours and pretty much off and on throughout the day Thursday into Thursday evening. Also, areas that received significant ice accumulation last Thursday could experience more tree and other structural damage, as well as power interruptions Wednesday night and Thursday. Take whatever precautionary actions are possible for such occurrences. Glacial Lakes Recreation Forecast. Today, max temperature around 21. Sky weather, breezy. Mostly cloudy. Chance of snow showers. Wind, west winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Lightning, none. Tonight, the temperature around 14. Sky weather, windy. Cloudy. Patchy blowing snow. Chance of snow. Wind, northwest winds 25 to 35 miles per hour. Lightning, none. Thursday, max temperature and 32 at Minneapolis. This afternoon, snow becomes widespread this evening east of the Continental Divide. Colder air filters into the state behind this system, keeping temperatures operating on a frequency of 162.450 megahertz to serve the residents of central and northeast Minnesota. This program originates from the National Weather Service Office in Duluth, Minnesota. The current time is 11:59 a.m. Central Standard Time. And now your local forecast. Rest of today, cloudy with a chance of flurries. Cold with highs in the lower 30s. Temperatures falling into the mid-20s this afternoon. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of snow after midnight. Little or no snow accumulation. Cold with lows around 14. West winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of snow 40%. Thursday, cloudy with a 40% chance of snow. No accumulation. The extended forecast. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy. Cold with lows around 9 above. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Wind chill values as low as 3 below. Friday, mostly cloudy. Cold with highs around 16. West winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wind chill values as low as 5 below. Friday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of flurries after midnight. Cold. Near steady temperature around 10 above. Wind chill values as low as 5 below. Saturday through Sunday, mostly cloudy. Cold. Highs 15 to 20. Lows around 0. Wind chill values as low as 10 below. Sunday night through Tuesday, mostly cloudy. Cold. Lows around 10 above. Highs in the mid-20s. Wind chill values as low as 0. These are the 11 a.m. observations for Wednesday, November 16th. At 8 p.m., no flurries were reported. The temperature was 28 degrees, and the relative humidity 93%. For tonight, mostly cloudy. Freezing fog overnight. Highs. This has been the weekly test of the NOAA Weather Radio Alarm System. This test is conducted each Wednesday from the National Weather Service Office in Santa Teresa, New Mexico between the hours of 11 a.m. and noon. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test will be postponed to the first available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated only for warnings in selected watches affecting the following counties: El Paso, Hudspeth, Otero, and Doña The transmitter for this station is located on Franklin Mountain in El Paso, Texas, and broadcasts on a frequency of 162.475 megahertz with a power output of 100 watts. If an outage of this transmitter should occur, some residents of the area may access important weather information by tuning to the Las Cruces NOAA Weather Radio transmitter, WXL91, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.400 megahertz. Again, the proceeding has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Alarm System.
This is a special emergency alert system for Shasta County. In an actual emergency, to a station emergency alert information Shasta County. In an actual emergency, tune to the station for important alert information.
Freezing fog in the morning. Highs in the upper 30s to lower 40s an hour. North wind 5 to 19 miles an hour with gusts to around 25 miles per hour. Extended forecast. The forecast for the Blue Mountain foothills, including Dayton and Walla, issued at 8:50 Pacific Standard Time Wednesday, November 16th. The rest of Monday night, mostly cloudy. Highs in the freezing fog in the morning, lows 10 to 15. Highs in the mid-30s to lower 40s at night. Partly cloudy with this coming alert feature. Tests of these weather radio receivers and the warning alarm system are conducted by the National Weather Service junction every Wednesday between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. An exception will be made for severe weather threats or its forecast to occur in the broadcast area on the day of the test. When this happens, the test will be performed on the next available good weather day. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in western Colorado: Mesa, Garfield, Delta, Montrose, Eagle, Pittsburgh, Gunnison, Uray, San Juan, La Plata, Archuleta, Marfa, Rouse, Montezuma, Dolores, San Miguel, Grand, Jackson, Summit, Eastern Utah, Grand, San Juan, and Benton counties in northwestern Mexico, Rio, and San Juan counties. Once again, the National Weather Service has just conducted a test of the public warning alarm system. We now return to our normal broadcast cycle. With cloudy and with 35 degrees in northwestern Utah and western Colorado. Here is the latest weather synopsis and light snow showers will
Plus, get access to Taylor Swift The Eras Tour, presented by Capital One. Maybe I'll see you there.
West winds 10 to 15 miles per hour shifting to the southeast after midnight. Now the extended forecast for the Albuquerque metro area. Friday, mostly cloudy, breezy. Highs in the lower 40s. Lows around 19. Saturday, partly cloudy. Highs in the mid-40s. Lows around 18.
Covered by this test.
Sunday, mostly clear. Highs in the upper 40s. Lows around 19. Monday, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 50s. Lows in the lower 40s. Partly cloudy. Highs in the lower 50s.
During potentially dangerous weather
forecast for San Diego receivers will be automatically activated by the signal to warn the impending hazard. In the morning, then becomes partly cloudy.
That your receiver's performance
flurries
normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. on each Wednesday.
Highs in the
If
upper
there is a
30s.
threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast
For tonight,
and especially the warning alarm will vary at any
Lows 15 to 20.
This variability
For
can occur
Thursday,
even though you are
mostly
using a
sunny.
good quality receiver.
Highs
That
in the
is
lower
the working
40s.
order. We now return to our
15
regular
miles per
programming.
hour shifting to the west in the afternoon. And for Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows 15 to 20. Southeast winds 15 to 20 miles per hour after midnight. And the forecast for the Sangre de Cristo Mountains for today. Partly cloudy. Patchy freezing fog early in the morning. Slight chance of snow showers in the morning. Then slight chance of snow showers and sprinkles in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 20s. Chance of precipitation 20%. For tonight, mostly clear. Lows 5 to 10. For Thursday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-30s. West winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. And for Thursday night, partly cloudy. Lows 10 to 15. South winds 10 to 15 miles per hour in the evening. Now the extended forecast for the Sandia and Manzano Mountains, Friday.
Light wind becoming north 5 to 10 miles an hour overnight. This was Thursday, cloudy in the morning, becoming mostly sunny. Freezing fog in the morning.
This was a test of the NOAA radio warning device. Following the alarm tone, your receiver should have turned on automatically. The alarm tone just transmitted should have been heard on any operating receiver. The alarm tone will be used to alert you in times of threatening weather. It will be followed by a watch, warning, or emergency message. This test will be conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, except when hazardous weather threatens. The test will then be postponed until the first fair weather day. Once again, this has been a test of the NOAA radio warning device. We now return to normal programming.
From the 4 miles an hour.
In Albuquerque,
For Thursday, 11 in the morning, becoming mostly sunny. Patchy freezing fog in the morning. Highs in the upper 30s.
Up to 40 miles an hour.
This is the National Weather Service in Pendleton, Oregon. The preceding signal was a test of the weather radio public warning system for station WWF56, Richland, Washington. This warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties only. In South Central and Southeast Washington, Adams, Benton, Franklin, Grant, Clinton, Walla Walla, and Yakima. This concludes the warning alarm test. We now return to regular weather programming.
Additional snow accumulation around an inch. Region. High 5 to 10 around.
Message from the Canadian National Public Alarm System. From the Canadian National Public Alarm System. Now, back to our regular program. Some homeowners believe their simple rules were moving with their first mortgage payments were forgiven. Other homeowners weren't dead after all. Well, these stories are 10 old out there. It's 46 degrees.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
National Service Forecast Office in Hanford, California, with transmission facilities located east of Fresno. The National Weather Service is your official source for weather information and warnings for the central San Joaquin Valley and adjacent portions of the southern Sierra Nevada. For additional information, please visit our website at weather.gov/Hanford. Our public service phone number is the code 559-584-3752. Now the weather at Fresno. If any warnings was reported, the temperature was 58 degrees, dew point 40, giving a relative humidity of 51%. The wind was west at 3 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.41 inches and steady. At Lemoore Naval Air Station, skies were clear. The temperature was 60 degrees, dew point 36, giving a relative humidity of 40%. The wind was variable at surf heights 2 to 4 feet. Thunderstorm potential, none expected. Water temperature 57 to 59 degrees. Tides, high tide 3.9 feet at 5:21. This is a test of the National Weather Service's radio warning tone alarm and is being run in conjunction with a routine weekly test of the emergency alert system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazards. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area, these tests will be postponed until another day. Again, this has only been a test of the National Weather Service's radio warning alarm tone. 7 feet at 11:07 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. High tide to shore around protected area. Emergency alert system from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Las Vegas, Nevada. This system is used to provide warnings and essential safety information during emergencies. If this had been an actual emergency, you would receive official information, news, or instructions from the station. This concludes the weekly test of the Southern Nevada Emergency Alert System.
This is a test of the Alert Ready National Public Alerting System issued by the Manitoba Emergency Measures Organization. This is only a test. If this had been an actual emergency or threat, you would now hear instructions that would assist you to protect you and your family. This is only a test. No action is required. For more information about emergency alerts, please visit www.gov.mb.ca/emo.
From WHYY in Philadelphia, into your voice with fresh air. Today, Weird Al Yankovic talks about what we've been weird, and compares his life to the way he depicts his life in the new form of a satirical biopic that you can't wait. It's a parody of a parody. Yankovic is famous around the world for his...
Civil authorities have issued a required weekly test for .mn, film or MN, video MN, mirror MN, full story MN, headline MN, and radio MN, beginning at 9:32 p.m. or ending at 6 required weekly test.
Wyoming, New York, warning in effect from 7 p.m. this evening to 10 p.m. Thursday.
Thursday. West, heavy lake, effects snow expected. The heaviest snow will occur tonight into early Thursday morning over far western Wyoming County. Total snow accumulations of 8 to 12 inches in the most persistent lake snows. Where? Wyoming County. When? From 7 p.m. this evening to 10 p.m. Thursday. Impacts. Travel could be very difficult to impossible. Hazardous conditions could impact the morning or evening commute. Heavy snow will fall in relatively narrow bands. If traveling, be prepared for rapidly changing road conditions and visibilities. Submit snow reports through our website or social media.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
This is a test of NWT Alert Ready, the Northwest Territories public alerting system issued by the government of the Northwest Territories. This is only a test. If this had been an actual emergency or threat, you would now hear instructions that would assist you to protect you and your family. This is only a test. No action is required.
This is an Alberta emergency alert. Alberta Emergency Management Agency has issued a province-wide test alert. This alert is in effect for Alberta. This is only a test. If this had been an actual emergency or threat, you would now hear instructions that would assist you to protect you and your family. If you are in the affected area, use this test alert to start a conversation with your household about how ready you would have been if this alert were real. And visit www.alberta.ca/be-prepared for ideas on how you can be more prepared. For details, visit www.emergencyalert.alberta.ca or stay tuned to local media.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This is only a test. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. This is the required monthly test of the Emergency Alert System.
Dew point 65, relative humidity 70. Sunrise tomorrow is at 6:53 a.m. This is NOAA Radio KHC 3210, the voice of the National Weather Service, broadcasting at a frequency of 162.55 MHz. Required weekly test. The
preceding signal was a test of the NOAA radio public warning system. Specially built receivers are activated by the signal to warn of severe weather or other hazards. Tests are normally conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, and again between 6 and 8 p.m. If severe weather is expected on Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the next day, weather permitting. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning signals, can vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can result even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. Warning alarm tones are activated on transmitters for counties where the signal is reliably received, in sufficient strength for consistent and dependable service. For station KIH 26 in Daytona Beach, warning alerts will be activated in Orange, Polk, Seminole, and Volusia counties. For station WXJ70 in Melbourne, warning alerts will be activated for Brevard, Indian River, Orange, and Osceola counties. For station WWF69 in Fort Pierce, warning alerts will be activated for Indian River, Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie counties. This has been a test of the NOAA radio public warning system. We now return to the regular broadcast program. The ultraviolet index forecast for November 17th is 4, or moderate. This is the National Weather Service Office in Fort Worth. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station KEAS-C55. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 10 a.m. and noon, and between 6 and 8 p.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variation, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Bosque, Collin, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Urath, Hill, Hood, Johnson, Parker, Somerville, Tarrant, and Wise. This concludes the test of weather radio station KEAS-C55. The ultraviolet index forecast for November 17th is 4, or moderate. This is
the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station KEAS 56. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 10 a.m. and noon, and between 6 and 8 p.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variation, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Collin, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Hill, Hood, Hunt, Kaufman, Parker, Rockwall, and Tarrant. This concludes the test of weather radio station KEAS 56.
The ultraviolet index forecast for November 17th is 4, or moderate. This is the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station KWest North 34. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 10 a.m. and noon, and between 6 and 8 p.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variation, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Anderson, Cherokee, Freestone, Henderson, Houston, and Leon, and Navarro. This concludes the test of weather radio station KWest North 34. The ultraviolet index forecast for November 17th is 4, or moderate. This is the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station West XK35. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 10 a.m. and noon, and between 6 and 8 p.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variation, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Bell, Bosque, Oriel, Falls, Hill, Limestone, McLennan, Milam, and Robertson. This concludes the test of weather radio station West XK35. At Marshalltown, in 20 and Cedar Rapids. Here are some conditions elsewhere in Iowa. Surrounding area. Snow is falling with a temperature of 24 in Des Moines and 23 at Fort Dodge. It was partly cloudy with a temperature of 22 at Omaha Council Bluffs, 21 at Sioux City, and 18 at Spencer. It was cloudy with a temperature of 30 at Dubuque and 29 at the Quad Cities. Now for a few weather conditions around the region. At Kansas City, it was partly cloudy. The temperature was 30 degrees. The wind chill was 23. The weather in Sioux Falls, it was cloudy. The temperature was 24 degrees. The wind chill was 15. At Minneapolis, St. Paul, it was cloudy. The temperature was 28 degrees. The wind chill was 17. Once again at 6 p.m. in Waterloo, it was cloudy. The temperature was 29 degrees. The wind chill was 19. Tornado. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of central Iowa. For this afternoon and tonight, no hazardous weather is expected at this time. And now the extended outlook for the period Thursday through Tuesday. Additional light snow accumulations are possible Thursday. Temporary, the following impacts are expected. To travel conditions are possible. Further information
Southwest.
KZZ 51 at Carroll. KZZ 68 at Van Wert. KXI 65 at Lennox. WNG 666 at Iowa Falls. WNG 668 at Denison. This is a test of the National Weather Service NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Warning Alarm System in cooperation with the Emergency Alert System. Tests of this alarm system are conducted every Wednesday at 11 a.m. and at 7 p.m. If there is a severe weather threat, the tests are postponed until the next available good weather day. The alarm tone will activate for severe weather and other life-threatening emergency messages for the following 14 transmitters and associated broadcast areas. WXL 57 at Des Moines. WXL 94 at Bremer County. WXK 84 at Fort Dodge. KXI 98 at Marshalltown. KXI 62 at Montezuma. WXM 91 at Raspin Lake. WMG 730 at Ottumwa. KZZ 51 at Carroll. KZZ 68 at Van Wert. KXI 65 at Lennox. WNG 666 at Iowa Falls. WNG 668 at Denison. WNG 688 at Ringsted. KJY 63 at Forest City. For a detailed listing of what counties are served by each transmitter, please visit the NOAA Weather Radio section of our website at www.weather.gov/Des Moines. Once again, please visit the NOAA Weather Radio section at our website, www.weather.gov/Des Moines. This concludes our test. We now return to regular programming.
Alright, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all having a good Monday so far. I know I am actually having a much better of a Monday right now than I was earlier this morning. But why is that though? I will explain the whole story here in just a little bit. But right now what I'm doing is I'm actually preparing to send over all of the weeklies, all the IPOS stuff that happened today. Of course, you all know what usually happens. So right now I'm in the process of downloading all the videos and everything of all of the tests that I have gotten so far. So far up to this point. And I'm actually going to throw all these videos into the little compilation that I have going right now. And of course, as I go through the compilation, and of course, as I go on adding all the stuff, And of course, as I go through all this stuff, I'll have each and every, and I'll have everyone follow along with me as I go through this. So as I go in order here of each and every single test that has happened so far, again today. So right now, what I'm doing right now is I'm putting in some of the videos from so far of everything that's happened, and of course I'll explain it in more detail a little further as we continue. And I still have a bunch of those older stuff that I have to clear, but I will get that taken care of as we continue. But now I have to go through that other video, and while I prepare that, let's go through, let's do today's Wordle. I don't think we got a chance to do it. I know we did yesterday, so... Now, going through here in order of events. So as everything happened today, I'm going through everything and I'm making sure everything's going in the right place. I'm making sure everything is going in the right spot, where it belongs. So again, I'm ensuring everything's going where they need to go. Now it didn't, why is it suddenly not taking my keyboard? I know the OS is still working, but... Is it? Yeah, it is still working, but for some reason the site stopped. I think it's the site that stopped responding. I don't know what the case is, but... Well... Yeah, the whole site locked up. Let's reload it and try it again. Okay, there we are. There we go. Now it seems to be working. Whiffs. Let's just see if that's the word. Nope, it's whiff. We were close, though. Well, we were close to getting it right.
At 11:05 a.m.
But again, I'm ensuring I'm getting everything correct as I go through. And then I got one more video to put in. Alright, there we go. We're up to date with everything as of now for the weekly test stuff. Now, I've been having a little bit of fun again with the fitness club, but things started to take a really interesting turn for all this fun stuff this morning. So, this morning it started with, once again, I'm sure you all know, it's the fun with the Buena Vista Comet logo. But this time I decided to take that logo into a different different turn. But maybe we'll talk about that a little more later tonight. And later tonight, we're also going to be talking about an upcoming schedule change to buzzer. We'll talk about that and how this is going to affect our programming for the weekend. We'll talk about that as we go through. We'll talk about that and more at the end of our Minecraft show. But what we will talk about right now, however, is all of the alerts that have happened, that were issued last night, and everything else that has happened so far this morning. Well, into this afternoon, I should say. Everything else that's happened so far today. So, let's go through everything, starting with where we left off from last night. This was half an hour before we left the air. This marine warning from Sterling. And then there was another one about an hour later, of course, as you all know. Got KRMS, Osage Beach, and WSCF. And then this marine warning a few minutes later, and then there was another one, and then there was yet another one, and then that was it. However, by this point, this is where things started to take a pretty dark turn. I had realized that I did not plug the iPad charger in all the way. Its battery drained completely right before WHAS. Now, that was a disaster. So, here's something new that I'm trying. If something like this happens again, if something like this ever happens again, I'm using... So you might have seen my weekly Sunday test compilation. You know, you've seen a lot of those silent clips of the 12996 clock. Those actually are going to serve as placeholders. So with those placeholders, that means a test is supposed to go there. However, due to a technical fault, the test was not captured or it was missed. So that's something new we're trying, and I hope that concept goes out well, especially after that failed concept of that list. However, my phone did go flawlessly as usual, and that only automation, one of the Tulsa Cox stations, that was the only one I was able to get live, other than those placeholder times. Thankfully, WYND, YCT, MRA, nor NRP ran their weeklies overnight. So we will, in that case, have to check in with them tonight. In addition to all the other monthly tests, which we will be discussing also at the end of our Minecraft program tonight. This is a mouse listen. Thank you. Anyway, then an Arizona silver alert out of all things. WBUG, which we've confirmed lately was an auto test. And here's WERQ again. So, considering where this is, we have a new auto test yet again. This time it's WERQ. Now keep this time in mind. It happens Monday mornings, 3:08 a.m. Central Time. Monday, 3:08 a.m. Central. Keep that in mind. Convert that to your time zone. So 4:08 a.m. Eastern, 3:08 a.m. Central. Convert that to your time zone if you're outside of those areas. So I did actually include the rest of John's stuff. And then this thing came through it. Then WJGK ran a weekly. And then, of course, after I made that discovery, I was up for like 20 minutes in shock, knowing that I had made that biggest mistake, only to be comforted by the Flutter Realm moments later. Of course, I was down for breakfast as usual. Came back up here to get WYB, which unfortunately I did not start the recording in time, so unfortunately in that test compilation, you only heard like the last portion of the test happening. But there was something that made up for it. There was actually something that made up for it. And I also have some good news right here. That's a Clark. That's California. That is Air 1. Yes. It is about time. 2 K-Love tests and 13 days of hesitation later, Air 1 finally runs their weekly. I honestly could not believe it took them this long to run a test. I mean, think about it. K-Love has tested twice during this entire time. During the whole time, for 2 times in a row, Air 1 and K-Love had to run concurrent. I mean, I had the recording going all night in concurrency just to see if Air 1 was going to do it. But then, following WYAB, I heard the Air 1 pre-roll. I was like, finally, it took you 13 days. And then, of course, I went back on the Air 1 live. So now, again, I did the exact same thing. Took a video of the radio, broadcasting the test, and then went over to the Air 1 live stream, recorded that separately for the Monday compilation. And, of course, everything else went normal. KZRG and then KCAC, and also, I'm sure you may have noticed, they did actually update the software on all 3 of my devices last night, so I noticed that all of the broadcast stuff is like much larger now, so that's awesome. So I'm not sure what kind of thing prompted that move, but that's interesting to say, nonetheless. So, now continuing on past this point to the present compilation that we are currently at right now. So, of course, we're starting to get back on track with the main stuff, because remember I missed KWIZ last week, but I got it in its entirety this week, and then I got those 2 Wyoming stations, and of course in between that, of course I played around with that Buena Vista thing. I even mixed it with that fitness club, and mixed it in with this, minus this. This I was playing around with earlier this afternoon after I heard it on the weather scan multiple times, but that was exciting to hear nonetheless. Then this flash flood watch for Kauai in Hawaii, and then right at the start of second hour, Cottonwood, Minnesota runs their IPOS test. And apparently SKN has moved to a Monday test schedule. So apparently WSKN has moved to a Monday test schedule. And I'm not sure, maybe they alternate different weeks, so. And also they tested late too. They tested an hour late, 8:36. So I think they're like WJAS. If they don't test at 8:05, check 9:05. Then they should do it then. And SKN is going to follow the same principle. So if they don't test between 7:35 and 7:40, then check 8:45 and 8:35 and 8:40, because that's when they'll eventually do it. And of course, they got WKRK, a Christian station out of North Carolina.
I'm going to send out our noisy alert. Y'all are ready, right? Because it's Monday. I do that on Mondays, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's of course part of their schedule.
All right, I'm going to send out our noisy alert. Y'all are ready, right? Because it's Monday. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I think that has to be one of the best opening phrases for a WKRK test I think I've ever heard. That's my personal opinion on such. Then, of course, WSKN Puerto Rico. And then there was nothing. But then came the Georgia IPOS test. And, of course, we were reviewing in psychology. So I was frantically going over to get Georgia. But, of course, I did get that. And, of course, there's auto tests in New Orleans. And I did actually try all those stations. And, yes, I can confirm that everybody is starting to relay IPOS tests once more. And that's great news. That is great news. So, of course, Puerto Rico, then the East Coast, Rice and Steel, and then Wabasha after that. And, of course, we will be hearing from Rice and Steel again later this evening, so keep that in mind. Then after that came the Central Time Zone. But then a couple of other interesting things have happened. Idaho runs their weekly an hour late. And then WGRQ runs a weekly. First time I think I've ever gotten a weekly from them live, which is kind of interesting. And then, of course, got the KGDD auto test. And then minutes later, WALK runs their test on that great New York island, as I like to call it. So, now considering that they seem to be testing, because I see a 1214 and I see a 45 as well, I think WALK can actually test within 2 different points on the hour. Either the 15 or the 45 on the hour. That's really my best guess. But again, I may be wrong. But who knows? And then a Kansas statewide IPAWS test. And then as I was going back through the video, WFMT runs a weekly. In great typical Monday fashion, WFMT gets their weekly in. Happened at 11:37 from when I looked back at the video. So the timestamp, the pattern that I have for FMT appears to be correct. Either it could be between 11 a.m. and noon on a Monday or whatever other day of the week. So for the pattern of FMT, I have it all memorized now. So far, 2 out of 11 stations are done for this week. But now, let's continue further. So then we have the Mountain IPAWS test. And then look who finally... Wait, I think I'm missing the Pacific in here, am I? Yeah, there we go. Good thing I inserted that. And then, of course, after that comes the Pacific. But then, something interesting happened once I came... But let me continue on with the story here. So, we then got to WWOS in South Carolina. So then we get to WWOS. So then after the Mountain time zone, there really was nothing. There was nothing else in the noon hour immediately following the Mountain time zone. However, though, following the Pacific IPAWS tests, a few interesting things did happen. So then again, immediately following the Pacific time zone, something interesting did in fact happen. And here's exactly what ended up happening. So, after the Pacific time zone, we got to WWOS. However, there was nothing playing. No daily in the Word, nothing. Now, after hearing that immediately at first, I thought, wait, did they not get funded and they just decided to shut the station down because they held the fund drive and nobody wanted to fund the station? I don't know. Or maybe they're just having technical difficulties. That's one of my possible reasons. But, to my surprise, the weekly still went through. That's impressive. And look who finally waits until 1 o'clock in the afternoon to run the IPAWS test. And it's the good old Blue Earth. That's right. Blue Earth waited till 1 o'clock right before WWOS to run their test. Amazing. And then, of course, Miami started to get in on the action with this one from Miami. WGO and handoffs. Of course, they ignore it. SKG randomly tested. I need to add that to the schedule, but I'll do so. And then we got WCRH not too long after. It was at 1:30 when that was sent out. And Oka, Minnesota toward the end of the hour, followed by Alaska. And then, of course, the 2 p.m. hour had a whole slew of them. Shawnee, Kansas, then Fillmore, then Winona not too long after. And then this fire warning.
At 2:46 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a wildfire was located 7 miles southwest of Meridian, Oregon, 5 miles north of Arcadia, spreading northeast. Evacuation area, areas near Westminster and Waterloo Roads north to Charter Oak and Post. Evacuation route from Westminster and Waterloo Roads, evacuate for the south. From Charter Oak and Post, evacuate for the west. Evacuate quickly and follow all safety instructions from local emergency management officials. Do not drive into smoke.
Now, Norman really has a good structure of these fire warnings, which I praise that effort. And then, of course, the Hawaii IPOS test, which we got just before we got on the air. So, that is everything that has happened. We're still waiting on LXC. We're going to see what ends up happening with that. But, for right now, however, it is time to get to our Minecraft show. And before I cause any confusion, I'm going to close the document. I'm going to close this project here. Not going to need this again until another of course, we'll have the American Samoa test in about. Of course, we'll have the American Samoa IPOS test later. Well, and I see Tornado Fan got the WHAS test last night. I'm surprised he actually gets up for this stuff. I'm surprised he actually gets up for WHAS. That's interesting. Alright. I'm just going to put a random website on screen. I'm just going to put the Mark Levin podcast thing on screen. The best of Mark Levin from Friday, what was that, Saturday? I don't recall Mark Levin doing a show on a Saturday, which is interesting. But, yeah. Alright, so, now, with that said, and that is also, we have a lot of sports coverage to do tonight, because tonight is the official beginning of the Stanley Cup playoffs. We officially begin the quarterfinals. So, of course, we'll have the Bruins and the Panthers play tonight. So let's start with game one. So the Bruins and the Panthers will start their series tonight. Maple Leafs and the Lightning will start their series tomorrow night. Hurricanes and Islanders will start their series tonight. Devils and Rangers will be tomorrow. Same with the Golden Knights. The Stars and the Wild will start tonight. And the Avalanche and the Kraken will be tomorrow. The Hurricanes and the Islanders will start first at 6 p.m. The Bruins and the Panthers will start half an hour later. And then the Wild and the Stars will be playing at 8:30 tonight. So, that is currently where it all stands on the hockey brackets. Maybe I'll provide the hockey bracket updates on the on my Discord group. I'm sure Minnesota, Wisconsin is getting very excited for this game this evening. I know he's getting very excited to see his team in the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time in quite a while. I must say. Receiving a civil emergency message from Montreal, North Dakota. Will we have time to go back and get it before it says alert received? Sounds like it was a phone outage alert. Sounds like this was for a phone outage. Well then. Alright, so while we go back and replay that civil emergency bulletin, here is what we are going to continue on this week. This is where we ended last week. Well, that was a surprise. Alright, so. And then, of course, as I said already, tonight is the beginning of the of our new shows in our prime time. However, I think since People Puzzler is on repeats, I think what we'll start doing is we'll start filling in Millionaire for the 5:30 hour. I don't know about the 5:30 hour because it takes us, because on app, I don't know about the 5:30 hour. Maybe we can have it like be a break because the thing is, on average, it takes us about 45 minutes to get through an hour-long episode of Millionaire. That's without cutting the commercials. And yeah, that zombie film. Oh my gosh, that was a good film to watch last night. So anyway, here's where we left off last week, and this is what we're going to continue with today. We are going to build the bridge that I-21 will cross over into Univille. We're at 78 right now. I'm hoping to bring this up to 80. I'm hoping to bring this thing up to 80. And this road is looking to be constructed as well. Further from this point. like how much longer I could take it. The bus in that video just falls apart after it defined physics, and that it crashed into that car, and oh my gosh. What the actual, oh my gosh. That's a really good part. What the actual, oh my goodness. Oh my god. I don't know, Mr. Principal. I like how Superstar threw in the Eric Go Animate voices. Alright, we're going to pause for a quick moment because it's time for our first check of Hawaii Public Radio. Oh wait, I almost forgot.
Become an HPR member to ensure
Oh wait,
that the news and
I almost forgot.
countdown
They're
are
supposed to
always
run a second
available.
monthly
Support
this week.
HPR with an easy monthly gift of $10.
I guess they don't run a
Tap the
weekly
donate
test
button
on a
to
monthly
sign up
week then,
today.
so
This is something you want to
I
contribute
guess we're down to 10
Go
now.
to hawaiipublicradio.org, the HPR mobile app, or calling us again toll free at 888-536-4700.
I also do most of my listening on the app. I do that silly thing where I get in the car still listening on my phone and plug it in when I could very well just switch it. Anyway, if you're like me and you tune in online.
Well, we're going to put this on W2OP. I'm going to reload the game. And then we are going to go watch Masterminds. And don't worry, I'm going to readjust all the reminders and everything as we go through the night tonight, so. Ready for it to reappear. Alright, over to Mastermind. And I forgot about the Samoa, but you know what? It's alright. We can go back on WGON and get everything. And LXC did not test this week, so... No, today that is, so we'll check back tomorrow. Alright, so... Great first round of Masterminds so far. I wonder what the status is on those new episodes of People Puzzler, because this is the second week in a row that People Puzzler is repeating older episodes. So I think People Puzzler might have just had its season finale. They might have just had its season finale. I don't know what the status is on America Says yet, if we're going to get any new episodes of those. I'm sure they're still doing America Says, but I heard they're just starting to do Split Second. That one is brand new. Split Second is going to debut later tonight, so that's going to be a fun show to watch. So, don't know how good of a game that's going to be. How easy it will be to understand it, or how difficult. Well, we're gonna watch the game, and we'll find out for ourselves. I know how much you don't want to hear the whole fitness thing, so what I'd rather do instead is, of course, independently play that, yeah, I think we should put on a little, oh, yep, I hear Masterminds is coming back on. Let me get the music clip going here. Maybe I'll listen to it for a little bit, but I don't know how good it'll be. Alright. All adjusted. Back over to Masterminds. I managed to let that song run the whole time during the second round of Mastermind. So, great round so far. And a great game, too. So, Joe and the Beast are currently out. We will have the top 2 Masterminds and Challengers play head-to-head in a little bit here while following the break. See who goes on for $10,000. That question we'll be answering a little later on as we continue. Here's I-21's current endpoint. Look at that, all the way from 5 lanes. Let's see, it's all going to change. I have to give it a nice purplish theme. I should be listening carefully for when Masterminds comes back. And they are back. Now, this is the part I don't really care about. And of course, you all know what that is. The contestant introductions. Like introducing us to the 2 remaining challengers. And that's really about it, so. Alright, the round is starting. So I'll give you a moment while we finish this up. And then we will go and watch we will watch the Ultimate Trivia Showdown. Okay, it's starting. All right, we'll be back following the showdown. It's going to be Monisha and Ryan in the Ultimate Trivia Showdown. So we'll see if Monisha can win the $10,000 and get a chance to come back tomorrow and try and win another $10,000 and become a mastermind. I mean, it was quite close between the challengers and the masterminds, especially the masterminds. It was quite a fight they put up right until the very last question. It went all the way down to the very last question. I mean, it went right down to the very last question. Muffy had just buzzed in when time ran out. She got it wrong. And Ryan... And then unfortunately Ryan got the win. So he goes on to face Moshima in the Ultimate Trivia Showdown for possibly $10,000 and maybe the chance for her to become a mastermind herself. I must have allocated a lot of space just for this. And no, we are not watching People Puzzler tonight because like it has been last week, it's going to be all repeats. This is one huge piling we have to trim down. I mean, a suspension bridge was already built. Yep, I recognize the jingle. Alright, this is it. Will Monisha win the 10,000 or will Ryan defeat her? Let's go find out right now. And if she wins tonight, she becomes a mastermind. Well, she's got to win again tomorrow. She'll be one step closer to being a mastermind. And then if she wins tomorrow night, then she'll become a mastermind. Well, it all came down to the very last question. Unfortunately, Monisha got defeated by Ryan after the last question of the Trivia Showdown. So Monisha got the first question correct. Ryan was the only one who got the second question right. Then it was down to question number 3. They both got that correct. That tied the score at 2. And then by the time we got to question 4, the last question, Monisha was hoping for a victory, but unfortunately, that did not happen. So, that was very unfortunate, but she does keep the $1,000 that she won. So, tomorrow on Masterminds, we'll have 3 newcomers, and we will see who will go on to play for $10,000. But, I think I forgot to note something about today's Jeopardy! This happens very rarely on the show. Apparently, the returning champion was unable to head back to Hollywood to continue his run. So, as a result, they had to crown a new champion with 3 completely new players. This rarely happens on Jeopardy! And let me be honest here, yeah, this happens very rarely on the show. It's very rare that this happens on the show. So, what are the odds of that happening? Now, as we promised tonight, we are going to start WRON in about 15 minutes. And what we will start right now is this next train that's coming in La Plata. This should be to Virginia's Media. Sorry, this page does not seem to exist. WRON says it's 103.1 The Bear. Well, we'll see if that's right. So, now, remember how we said about RON. So, we had 3 new players on Jeopardy today. And, of course, one of them is our new champion. They will be playing tomorrow to completely face 2 new players as usual. So that's what happened during today's Jeopardy! And I was going to share over those little video clips of what I did with the fluttery and stuff. You know, I was playing that and Buena Vista together. Oh no, we're not detonating that. Let me share the clip over. So I was playing around with it twice, but the 13-minute clip was the one that caught the attention the most. Alright. We will continue with our Minecraft program here in just a moment. I'm going to go take care of something really quickly here, but actually I do want to watch the rest of the train in case any DPUs come up. Nope, no DPUs. Okay, let's try it again. It tries it once, and it never does it again. So I reset. Maybe this thing is too big. No, we'll keep waiting. All right. All right. Now then. So, I mean, the story with, I mean, it was around 10 minutes or so. It was like 10 minutes or so into the video where it starts to get interesting. I kept repeating the same section of the logo over and over again continuously. There's like joggle at 2 and then I catch. Then again, I kept repeating the same section of the Buena Vista logo to try and cancel it out. Well, from my viewpoint on the headphones, it did work. However, looking back at the video clip, it didn't really do that much. That's what it was going. It was doing and then this is where I start to continuously and of course, not even talk about was even running at the time either, because it had that filter on it, because it had that filter on as well. So obviously this was the most exciting part of the whole thing. I think that has to be one of the most wildest kind of projects that I've done by far. A phone outage now? A phone outage now. Well, this is interesting. A lot of stuff are going through cap. Like, even through the Buena Vista logo, I could still hear Una talking through the Buena Vista logo as I was constantly looping the same section. it started in that nice loop before it started to accelerate out of control. I mean, this was really around the point where I started to drive Buena Vista crazy. Alright. Alright. Now we must answer the question. Are we going to get a WRON test today? We probably will not, but let's try it anyway. Just for I mean, it was kind of interesting. It was even more interesting how I wasn't able to touch the whole Buena Vista thing just to loop it for another 45 seconds. So therefore, Una had all that free time she needed to just talk and stuff. But then eventually, once I was done, I eventually started to regain control of Buena Vista and keep the madness going with it. I can make out the cloud of purple and blue through the lots. I can make, in that video clip, I can literally make out every word. I can make out everything Una is saying through the incredible equalization of that logo. At the Buena Vista logo, I can still make out what Una is saying. It's incredible. So here is the bridge that is going up. So this is going to be the final height of the structure. I mean, it's about similar to the height of these cantilever truss bridges, except they're about a block short, but then again, we're going to talk about the schedule for buzzer and what kind of changes this weekend is going to mean for our programming. So again, we'll be talking about that more, and for those who missed the announcement, we will go through that a little bit more as we progress through the week. Now, we may have to stop monitoring RON a little early because we have to get ready for the beginning of the NHL playoffs. Well, Union Pacific threw a Canadian National unit on the fourth unit. I call that foreign power because that's what it is. It's usually called foreign power when a different railroad's locomotive is being used on another railroad's train. Like, for example, this Union Pacific here. I think the one where I actually did the video of the Flutter Realm over the Buena Vista logo, I think that one was the best result that I could get out of something like that. So this is going to be the suspension bridge that, again, we're building. And then very soon here, we're going to get ready for game one of the playoffs. Oh my god, we're going to have to stream so many games tonight, aren't we? Second train. We got a second train coming. Well, first we had foreign power and now a GP. I'm not sure if that entry is going to make the grab bag or not. Yeah, I'm not sure if that consist we just saw is going to make the grab bag tonight. That virtual fan will probably put up later tonight. Well, all we'll have to do is find out, but we'll have to see. So, here's what we have done of this bridge so far. So, let me go through it once more. Here is what we've completed of this bridge so far. You can see we're starting to apply the main cables onto the structure. So it's really only the right-hand side of traffic that's going to be allowed to cross at the present moment. But then we still have to figure out a place where where we'll end the bridge. Or maybe add some bonus structures at the end of this thing. I mean, we're just figuring out places here where we're putting all this down. And that's it, because there's only 2 tracks. And I still have to readjust those things. Well, let me take care of that. Alright, we're going to take another quick pause. So I take care of a few things. That's right, tomorrow morning is KFAV. So I'm going to go ahead and forward KHPR right to next week. Because I don't think they're going to do a weekly on a monthly week, so unless I see otherwise. But for now, that's as far as we'll go. I should probably change ZHF to a weekday pattern as well. I'm going to switch all the ZHFs to a weekday pattern. And then I'm going to look for stations that will possibly stream the games that will be coming up later. So there's 2 more dailies I need to take care of. So I'm going to have to look up some stations. I'm going to see where we can stream. Maybe we can stream both sides of the game. But, well, we'll see how that goes. Particularly, I want to do that by the home team. So, let's see. Alright, well, let me go back through. So, Panthers will be up first. So here, let me look up the scoreboard. Panthers will be up first. That's going to be... Oh, I probably should rephrase it, because there's multiple different Panthers out there. There's a Carolina Panthers, and then there's the Florida. We're going to do the Florida. And then I want to see what game or what station we can use. They have an official schedule on their website, so maybe we'll have the radio station there. Yeah, this is the Florida Panthers website on the NHL. Maybe we will have the answer. I'm sure we'll have the answer on here, just like we do with the White Sox. I mean, there kind of really is no schedule because it's playoff season. But We'll wait and see when it all loads up. Okay, there we go. They have a so they have video replays. So these are all the TV networks that are going to be broadcasting this game. Let's see. Florida Panthers. Let's see if I can find some radio stations that serve the Florida Panthers, so I can see what radio stations we can use. WQAM is a Panther station. Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. Remember, we were successful with St. Louis, WSOS St. Louis, because, of course, well, we can hear their games. So. Now, this game is on Odyssey, so remember with the Pittsburgh Pirates, we were getting MLB streaming restriction messages. So I'm not sure what kind of result we're going to get here, but let's try it. Hey Google, play WQAM. Well, let's see how this goes.
Streaming AM 560 Sports from Odyssey.
Well, let's see how this goes. If we're going to get a message or not.
Try new Syntec high mileage full synthetic motor oil to help high mileage engines run better for longer. Only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Alright, well, let's see how this goes. If we can stream the game or not.
At M&T Bank, we believe in the power of together. Together, we can move communities forward while giving back. Together, we can support the small businesses that are dreaming big. Together, we can help families spend more time on what matters most. And together, we can achieve more than ever before. Learn more about M&T's commitment to the people, businesses, and community organizations we serve at mtb.com/togetherwecan. Or stop by any local M&T Bank branch. Member FDIC.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
This is Flea for This Little Light, the podcast about falling in love with music. I started a non-profit music school about 20 years ago called the Silver Lake Conservatory of Music. The reason that I started doing this podcast was music education. I'll be speaking with Rick Rubin, Thundercat, Stuart Copeland, Margot Price, Corey Henry, Cynthia Arrivo, Sheila E., and Patty Smith.
Please listen and follow This Little Light, a presentation of Cadence 13 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports lives here. WQAM Miami, WPOW HD2 Miami, WKIS HD2 Boca Raton, the home of the Heat, Hurricanes, Panthers, and Inter Miami.
Powered by Manager and the Accident Attorneys.
And Odyssey Station.
The following is a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
Florida Panthers hockey is on the air.
Looks the circles back, hit top, Shelby scores. Oh, what a move, Barkov. And in front of Montour, hit the rolls and they score. The Panthers win it overtime, 3-2.
All the inside information you need before the puck drops. This is Panthers Preview on the Florida Panthers Radio Network, presented by Verizon, the network America relies on, and partner of the Florida Panthers.
Welcome to Panthers Preview. Welcome to the
Stanley Cup playoffs. Game 1 of this first-round best-of-7 series. It's the Florida Panthers and the Boston Bruins here this evening from TD Garden. Doug Plagans, Kevin Rogers with you. We'll be with you all evening long. We'll be dropping the puck in about a half an hour's time or so, and we'll set things up tonight from TD Garden. It's the Panthers and the Boston Bruins. Now the Panthers into the playoffs. They finished the regular season with 92 points, ended up in the second wild card spot. They'll take on one of their Atlantic Division foes, the Boston Bruins. They had a historic record-setting regular season. They won the President's Trophy. They won 65 games during the regular season, 61 of those in regulation or overtime. 65 wins, 135 points. Those are National Hockey League records, but it's the playoffs now. Everything resets back to zero. So this will kick off a first-round best-of-7 series tonight. Again, Doug Plagans, Kevin Rogers with you as we set the table here on Panthers Preview. And as we count it down to the opening face-off tonight, we will hear from a couple of the Panthers coming up shortly. Matthew Tkachuk, had a chance to catch up with him earlier. We'll get some thoughts from the Panthers superstar as we head into this one. Also, Boston native Colin White of the Panthers. We'll hear from him coming up in just a few moments as well. As the Panthers get set for game 1 of this series, we'll hear from each of the two head coaches involved in tonight's matchup. Panthers head coach Paul Maurice a little bit later on, as well as the head coach of the Bruins, Jim Montgomery, later on in our Geico scouting report. We'll have the Geico goalie matchup coming up. Kevin Rogers is going to highlight a couple of the players to watch here in just a moment. So lots to get to as we count it down. Kevin will also walk you across the rest of the action going on across the Stanley Cup playoffs and our JetBlue out-of-town scoreboard. We'll have this day in Panthers history coming up. We'll have the scratches, everything else you need to get set for tonight's matchup. Panthers and the Boston Bruins from right here at TD Garden in Boston. Game 1 here this evening as the Stanley Cup playoffs begin. Well, as I mentioned, we'll hear from a couple of the Panthers, so let's get right into that. This is Panthers forward Matthew Tkachuk. This will be his first playoff game as a member of the Panthers. And, well, he begins here by talking about how he feels going into this series.
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's going to be a great challenge for our team, and something that we've been playing. We've been playing some good hockey as of late, so we're up for the challenge. It's tough to make the playoffs. You never know when you get in. So the first part of the year is checked off. We made it, and now it's about not just getting in the playoffs too. Like when you're in, you believe that you have a chance, and you certainly do. And it's going to take pretty much a perfect effort to win one game in the series against the talent and everything they have over there, the season they've had. I think everybody knows they have the best season in NHL history, so it's a great challenge for our team. It's something that we're loose and we're ready to go.
How well can it serve you guys that, as you mentioned, you guys did have to play with a lot of urgency here over the last month or so, especially to get on this run to push in and get into the playoffs?
Yeah, it literally has been a playoff game for the last few months, so especially down the stretch, we had to go a certain record to get in, and we were able to do that, so consider ourselves playing pretty well right now.
How much can you guys feed off the atmosphere that's going to be in there tonight, even though it's going to be a pro Bruins crowd? How much can you guys feed off that?
Yeah, I'm very aware of this day, and I've got a lot of connections to this city and the great passionate sports fans that they have here. And just to add on top of it, the fact that it's Marathon Monday, like this is a very special day for this city, and very special for a lot of people that not only are involved, but just the sports fans in general. And they've got some of the best sportsmen in the world here, so I have a very good feeling that they're going to be ready to go tonight. So it's up to our team here to be ready to try to take them out of it as much as we can. But we can do everything right, but it still might be impossible. They're going to be ready to go, and it's something that we're really looking forward to.
Matthew Tkachuk of the Panthers right there, coming off his huge season, his first season in a Panthers uniform. 109 points, 40 goals for Matthew Tkachuk during the regular season. He can't wait to get things started here tonight. Now, Boston area native Colin White had a chance to catch up with him earlier today, and, well, being back here in Boston, starting the Stanley Cup playoffs, he's excited for this one.
Oh, I can't wait. We've been waiting now 3-4 days, and it couldn't be a better place for us to play. It'll be a lot of fun here.
And you mentioned fun place to play, especially for you coming back here for a series. What's that like?
Yeah, I dreamed of it as a kid playing playoffs here, and You know, to be able to do that now is going to be pretty special, and have a lot of family out there, and you know, I'm just really looking forward to it.
How much can you guys feed off the atmosphere? Obviously, it's going to be a pro Bruins crowd tonight, but for you guys, I'd imagine that's going to get things going too.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think we've played well on the road all year, and you know, I think we know how to handle it, and we know what kind of crowd it's going to be, and it's just going to be a lot of fun for us, I think.
Colin White of the Panthers right there as we get set for this one. Panthers and the Boston Bruins set to go from TD Garden. We'll be dropping the puck in about a half an hour's time. We'll get to Kevin Rogers coming up here in just a moment as we will get to our players to watch. That's coming up shortly. Folks, reminder, when the Cats win, you win. Buy a 3-tender meal, get one free at Huey Magoo's the day after a Panthers victory. To redeem wear Panthers gear too. You're participating Huey Magoo's location. And folks, head to your local Verizon store for an amazing giveaway, plus the best deals on phones. Always, the network America relies on is Verizon. Kevin Rogers, who are you highlighting as the players to watch? A lot of star power and a lot of skill involved in this series. Who are you highlighting?
All right, Doug, first we're going to start with Carter Verhaeghe on the Panthers side. We heard from Matthew Tkachuk earlier. He had a 100-plus point season, but Verhaeghe, a career high 42 goals for the Panthers, and just rewinding back to last year's first round against the Washington Capitals, in which Verhaeghe had 6 goals and 6 assists. He was fantastic in that series, so first-round series worked out well for Verhaeghe. We'll keep an eye on him tonight. Meanwhile, for the Boston Bruins, David Pastrnak, he had 61 goals this season. That was second in the NHL behind Connor McDavid of the Oilers with 64. Pastrnak, 113 points, 61 goals, 52 assists, tied for third in the NHL in points. And his previous season best was 95 back in the 1920 season, so he obliterated that total. And Pastrnak this season against the Panthers, Doug, he had a couple power play goals. He had a go-ahead goal in the January 28th matchup. The Panthers ended up winning in overtime. So obviously, got keep an eye on David Pastrnak tonight for the Boston Bruins. And now, of course, tonight's key stat back to TD Garden to Doug Plagens.
Thanks very much, Kevin. And Matt Chuck talked about how the Panthers are really going to have to put their best foot forward here going into this series. Kevin talked about the big offensive numbers of one of the individuals, David Pastrnak, right there, second in the league in goal scoring. The Boston Bruins this season as a team, they scored 3.65 goals a game. That's second in the National Hockey League during the regular season. Usually you might have a team that's really good offensively or really good defensively. They were both. They only gave up 2.12 goals per game. That was best in the league in terms of goals against. Boston, one of the most structured defensive teams in the National Hockey League as well, and you can take it a step further. Last 11 games of the regular season, they were 42 for 43 on the penalty kill. So they do just about everything well. You don't get 65 wins by accident. But something else to highlight, the Panthers down the stretch, they were 12-6-2 from March 1st on, 26-15-4 after January 1st. That's a very good record. That's right there comparable to where Toronto was after the turn of the new year. And a lot of people talk about Toronto as a cup contender. Boston, 37-8-1 after January 1st, but the Boston Bruins, they really led this thing from wire to wire throughout the regular season. Not often you see somebody do that, but that's what Boston did during this 22-23 NHL season. So we'll be looking at a lot of different points of reference, a lot of different stats as we go through the series. But just to illustrate there, this is a Boston team and opponent. It's going to take, again, nearly a perfect effort against them. But that's the Stanley Cup playoffs. You have to put your best foot forward. You have to play as perfection as possible to win any night against anybody, but especially against this Boston Bruins team. Again, really no holes over on that side. Although, if we're talking about a hole for Boston, not seeing Patrice Bergeron on the ice in warm-ups here. Their captain in part of their 2011 Stanley Cup winner, one of the best defensive forwards in the game, 5-time Selke winner. Not seeing him on the ice for warm-ups. He was going to be a game-time decision. So, again...
Oh, wait, I think I'm looking at the wrong...
We don't have the official lineups, but he's not out there for warm-ups. Panthers fans, download the free Upside app. Use the promo code GOCATS for an extra 25 cents per gallon.
Oh, wait, we were supposed to do the Hurricanes and Islanders first.
ATS for an extra 25 cents a gallon. Download Upside today to earn cash back at thousands, gas stations, restaurants.
Hey, Google, stop. That game doesn't start for another half hour. Hey, Google, play 7:30 the game.
Streaming the game 7:30 a.m. from Odyssey.
Well, Let's try this one.
Indy Heat.
He's playing for the Indy Heat.
U17.
U17.
Yeah, he's a stud.
Okay, so I suppose streaming restrictions are in place, so we cannot stream that game. But that's okay. We will stream the Panthers when that game starts. Back to Switch. Alright, this time Raj is out. However, here's another thing I'm thinking. Let's try the Islanders side. So if we can't do it on the Hurricane side, Let's try it. Let's try that. Hey Google, play WRHU. Let's see what happens.
Streaming WRHU from TuneIn.
I think this might be, make sure that I got this correct. WRHU. So, this is a tune-in stream, so I think this will work. However, I shouldn't jinx myself, because it may not. Because we may get a restriction error, but... Well, let's see what happens after the... pre-stream commercials. So then I'll take note of what stations we can listen to the game on.
With 36, and here as you called it, Greg, it took
and there's the play-by-play. And there's the play-by-play. We found the station. We have the play-by-play. We have found the station we are looking for. So I'm going to put down a note on these two.
I'll take a look at the goaltending matchup for game 1 of this series.
So I'm going to put down a note saying to listen to this game on WRHU. And I'll take down notes for all other stations as well.
In the National Hockey League, although that will probably go to Linus Ullmark of the Boston Bruins. On the other end, Antti Raanta, 19-3-3. Only played 27 games in the regular season due to various injuries over the course of the year. Most recently, missed a lot of time in March with a lower body injury. But from those 19 wins, only 4 were against playoff teams.
And he's been unbelievable at home this year, Greg. Antti Raanta, 11-0-1 in the regular season in this building, including 9-0 in his last 9 games. The Canes sent it all the way down to Islander ice. Adam Pelech starts from the near corner of his own end. Will flip it up the middle out to center ice for Cizikas, but he couldn't catch it. It's sent by Carolina behind the New York net. And here comes Noah Dobson, right wing through center, gets the red line, softly chips it in to avoid the icing, and he did. It played in that right wing corner to Carolina and by Anders Lee. The captain trying to get it to Clutterbuck on a mixed line right now, but it's taken away instead by Gossett there. Finds Martin.
I'm going to see if I can get the scoreboard up for Carolina. I'm going to see if I can get the scoreboard up for Carolina. Oh wait, Game Center. Wait, I think we can... Hold up, I think we can go back on here, look for... Go back on previous scores, look for Hurricanes, and then we should have their scores right here. Here we are. This is game 1 of the first round. They lead 1-0 already, so we got the Hurricanes going on the Islanders radio, WRHU. So that's where we'll listen to the Islanders play-by-play. The Stars will be starting in a few minutes as well. So for right now, let's head back to Switch and see who goes on for $10,000.
Their only loss was Game 7 to the Rangers.
That was a game that the Rangers jumped out on that 2-0 lead fairly early on in the first period, and the Hurricanes could never recover from that point forward. Carolina looking for its second ever Stanley Cup. They won it in 2006, their only ever championship, whether it was in Hartford or here in Raleigh, where they went to in the late 90s.
Of course, the captain of that cup-winning team is their head coach now, Rod Brindamore, who's made the playoffs all 5 years since being elevated from assistant coach to head coach. Carolina, another shot from Burns at right point into the belly of Sorokin. He's seen a lot of rubber early on. And again, a couple of Canes and Isles have to be separated in front of the net. The flip side, Greg, though, up the 7-1 record at home in the playoffs a year ago for Carolina. They did not win a single road game in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Lost all 3 games at TD Garden in Boston. Lost all 3 games at Madison Square Garden in New York City.
They haven't actually won a true road playoff game since 2019 at Barclays Center against the Islanders, because the bubble, of course, there are no true home or road playoff games. They didn't win any in their brief run in 2021. And Kinger, you just gave the numbers last year, 0-6 in their 2 playoff series.
Again, this is the second playoff series ever between these two teams. Canes swept the Islanders in the 2019 series when the Islanders were still playing at Barclays Center. Carolina winning the first 2 games in Brooklyn and then finishing them off in 2 games here. Canes with a 1-0 lead coming up on 6 minutes in. Jordan Martinook at center. Right side flips it softly in on Sorokin. He will steer it with his goal stick behind the net for Ryan Pollock, who bounces it off the end boards for Adam Pellick far side. Pelly skating up to his own blue line, stretches it in off Anders Lee's stick. The captain touched it behind the Carolina net where Antti Ranta came up the near side boards, trying to get it through Matt Barzell. He did, but Pollock, pinching hard down the wall, came down to keep it alive. Barzell battling there. Right half boards. Lee goes left point for Pellick, but intercepted by Martinook. He'll skate it over the red line, right side, chip it in. And both teams will change. Coming up on 13.5 minutes remaining in the opening period.
Anderson coming at right point for Ryan Pollock. Tried what would typically be a DDD pass there, but was way too far in front of Adam Pellick, allowing the Canes to exit the zone.
Islanders turned it over in the neutral zone, but Pollock got another try. Bounced it off the far boards. It's going to be icing against the Islanders. And Greg, you mentioned Anders Lee. Of course, he missed the entire 2021 playoff run in which the Islanders were within a goal of the Stanley Cup final with an injury, so the captain is thrilled to be back in action in the Stanley Cup playoffs here this evening.
Twice he has missed an entire playoff run for the New York Islanders. He suffered that broken leg late in the 2015-16 season, so he missed every game that the Islanders played in that run. That was 11 games when they defeated the Florida Panthers in the first round in 6 and then lost in 5 to the Tampa Bay Lightning in the second round.
Brock Nelson losing a face-off at Islander ice, and then quick shot Burns above the left circle, and another save Sorokin. So right now, Greg, Carolina pouring it on. They're out shooting New York 8-1 as we'll take a timeout. 13:20 to go in the first. Carolina up 1 on home ice. You're listening to the Stanley Cup playoffs on the New York Islanders Radio Network.
New York Islander game broadcasts are supported in part by MSG Plus and MSG.com.
Your New York Islanders are on social media. Twitter at NY Islanders, Instagram at NY_Islanders, Facebook, the New York Islanders Facebook page. And more information about the team is available at NewYorkIslanders.com.
New York Islanders hockey is underwritten by the NHL on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Of course, I got the fan on. All right, so
The New York Islanders Radio Network. More back tonight playing his first playoff game as a New York Islander. I asked him about it earlier this week on the island.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I mean,
on the island. Oh, yes. Somebody ran a weekly. Who was it? MPB? Yes, it was. All right. Now we're going to get ready for the Stars here, as we are 2 minutes away from that game starting. Now, I was correct. Oh, it's the Bruins and the Panthers. That's right. The Stars is not till later tonight. So we will do WQAM for this one, unless it decides to give off some streaming restriction messages. But we're going to find out if that's correct.
On that power play, Greg, that whole sequence put into motion when the Canes Aho beat Casey Cizikas cleanly on the left circle draw.
Shots advantage for Carolina. This is what they do. Third most shots per game, 34 points during the course of the regular season. Fewest per game, just 26 against. And won't throw the puck on net from anywhere. A lot of shots have been from the outside, but certainly a 9-1 advantage shows the Islanders not had a lot of pressure on the outside end of the ice.
Sorokin played all 4 games in the regular season
It's tough. All right, it's time for America's game.
Here's Matt Barzell looking around his net, dropping in front of the cage, trying to play give and go here at center, but he couldn't catch the return pass. Anders Lee trying to get it in deep. He did chop it left corner, Carolina, and where Brady Shea, the former Ranger, will start from behind his net.
Anders Lee trying to touch pass at the offensive blue line that Brett Pesci jumped up on the defense bin. That got around him. The 2-on-1 for Horvat and Barzell.
Here's Clutterbuck, a steal, right point in the Carolina end, but then trying to get it to Matt Martin, broken up by the Canes. Kotkaniemi sends a man through the right circle. That's Natchez. His shot knocked down by Sorokin, and he will cover with the glove. Marty Natchez, the team leader in assists during the regular season, actually tied with Brent Burns with 43 helpers, and outright points led the Canes with 71. What a season for Natchez, who had kind of a tricky shot there, Greg. Might have been deflected by an Islanders kick and bounced in on Sorokin from the right dot.
A real breakthrough season for him. 71 points in his fourth full year in the National Hockey League. The three previous seasons, 36, 41, and 40, before again breaking out with 28 goals and 43 assists.
Well, Cizikas on a draw here against the Canes, Aho. That same combination that didn't produce a positive result for the Islanders when Carolina was on the power play. And here, right off the face-off, we got a penalty. It looks like the Isles Aho had his stick broken in half, and New York's going to their first power play. So let's get the call here at 8:23 of the first.
Carolina penalty 26, 2 minutes passing.
So it is Paul Stasny on the slash, and our first look at an Islander power play that was 30th during the regular season at 15.8%. Kane's second best kill in the NHL, 84.4%. Only the league best Bruins had a better kill rate.
Each team has taken one penalty. They've both been in the offensive zone. Just one of those where stick-to-stick contact, and if the stick breaks, they call a penalty. If it doesn't, then it goes unseen.
Islanders win the face-off. Horvat in front. All alone was Anders Lee, but his redirect went wide left to the cage. Held in, right point by Brock Nelson. Plays it down to Anders. Now to Matt Barzell, left corner. And he'll work it back to Noah Dobson, the quarterback at left point. Dobson, the lead, left wing corner. Captain swings it around to Brock Nelson out the right point.
Well, now we're listening to two games at the same time.
And now everybody gets involved about a foot from the blue paint.
That's Bertuzzi getting in on Gudis, able to outmaneuver Gudis down low and win a battle and gets it out.
So now we're listening to two games at the same time.
A couple of white jerseys, I say, under the goal line there.
Wow, we're really following up on the NHL playoffs tonight, aren't we? So, great game of wheels so far. We won a trip to the Bahamas, and now it's time for the trip to Casa.
And now back of the net, Mark Stahl will rim it around. This won't get out. Right point Orlov to the near side, Zaka. To the right corner, he'll spin it to the right circle. Foligno swings far side, McAvoy across. Zaka fan on the one-timer.
That puck wouldn't land for him.
Quarterback at full strength. He'll bank it over to the near side. Zaka trying to get it by Ekblad. Along the near side. Now Montour back at this net. Up right wing. He'll snap it out to center ice. And it's banged deep by Reinhardt. Back to get it as Orlov. He'll spin behind the net. He'll walk it up the middle, center circle. He won a Stanley Cup with the Capitals back in 2018. Lyon brushed the puck to the near side. Along the near wall.
A big hit by Frederick.
Shoots. And it got blocked. Along the near wall, Frederick finished again. And now Lombard able to get by Clifton. But angling over to help out Derek Corbett. Lombard now with the steal. Checked by Hall. Near corner. And now it comes up top for her high slide. Shoots. Did not get through. And then Omar can save at the far post. And Frederick will dish it out to center ice. Coyle dumps it deep.
Another penalty coming up. Dumb one.
That's Giovanni Smith who knocked out Frederick.
Yeah, he took him down from behind, took his feet right out from under him. Now it's up to the Bruins to make him pay.
15:02 left here in the first. Bruins and Panthers scoreless. Second power play chance here for the Bruins.
No argument from Paul Maurice on that one. Frederick moved the puck, and then Giovanni Smith just took his legs right out from under him. Frederick.
He's making his playoff debut. Start of the year in Detroit.
That was Colin White on the rebound, by the way, on that shot from the point that came through by Mahura. And he had a whack at it. It was a nice left pad save as Hallmark was able to react and move to his left.
Krejci in for the draw. He's going to get kicked out of there. So Marchand will have to come in and take it. Off the draw, paddled back of the net. Ekblad chased by Krejci. Tied up by Krejci. The Bruins get command of it. Up top, here's Lindholm. Sent it to the far point. Pasternak, far hash, not Krejci. Backs it off. Dished it up top, center point. Pasternak shoots, blocked, and the rebound caroms out. And tried to fire it through some lights.
Pasternak's out at the top that time. It's better when he's moving and making that play. Not standing still.
Lindholm center circle. Wants to back it up. And Lundell chopped it back into the Bruins end. New penalty killers coming on the ice for Florida. Here's Marchand center circle. Scoots around to check to the high slide. Fires, and it's gloved by Lyon. And Marchand got knocked down.
Yeah, Stahl finished him off after he took the shot.
14:22 left here in the first. 1:20 remains on the Bruins power play.
They make a couple of changes here, but they are going to leave Pasternak out there for this.
There's some Florida players who don't kill penalties who are going to try and stay loose. Matthew Tkachuk just came on the ice for a little twirl. Face-off right circle, the Panthers end. Krejci will take it against Eric Stahl. Krejci wins it right point now, McAvoy. Feeds on the near side, Pasternak punched it out in front.
They jumped on him right away.
Zaka up top now, Krejci left point. Center point, McAvoy. Dished it over to the far side, Krejci. He'll back it off. Center point now, McAvoy. Fading right. High slot, Zaka, far side, Krejci shoots. Lyon the same rebound. He scores! David Pasternak got a puck dished across the slot. Lyon was committed. He hammers it home. A power play goal. Bruins 1, Panthers nothing.
Pasternak has an empty net because of the play that Tyler Bertuzzi makes down by the front of the net. So they're going to overplay Pasternak. Who's going to be open in that that situation. Well, Zaka pops out high, moves it over into the left wing circle for Krejci. Krejci gets the initial shot away on the one-timer. And Bertuzzi tracks his puck down, and it's a no-look backhand pass where he knows Pasternak is going to be. And Pasternak chips it into the open net.
Aiden Pasternak second in the league during the regular season with 61 goals. 14:02 left here in the first, 1-0 Bruins. Bruins with a draw. Carlo, center circle. Tries to drive it in. That got blocked by Duclair. And it's dumped into the Bruins' end. Olmark fired it over to the far side, held in by the Panthers. Dished out in front. Olmark kicks a puck aside.
Yeah, a little bit of a tricky save there.
Verhaeghe may have gotten a piece of it. The Bruins snap it out to center ice. Hathaway hits the brakes. It's dumped in by Mark Stahl. Near corner now, Carlo. He'll drive it off the glass and all the way down to the Panthers' end.
So, great final round here. So, LaShawn is going to be playing now for $100,000 in the bonus round after she won a vacation to the Bahamas. After she won a Bahamas vacation at the end of the prize puzzle, and she won a majority of the cash on the program too, even though she lost the wild card in the first round by that bankrupt. So, now this is what I call hockeyification, because we're listening to two different hockey games at the same time. Alright, so now we're going to see if LaShawn can win $100,000 in the bonus round. Well, let's find out.
Your New York Islanders are on social media. Twitter @NY Islanders, Instagram @NY_Islanders, Facebook, the New York Islanders Facebook page. And more information about the team is available at NewYorkIslanders.com.
The New York Army National Guard pays you up to 100% of your college tuition while you serve your community part-time. Learn more at NationalGuard.com. Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard, aired by the New York State Broadcasters Association and your station.
Get closer with WRHU's The Locker Room. In-depth analysis of top-supplied sports. Follow us on social media at WRHU Sports. That's WRHU Sports. Tune in on Sundays from 8 to 9 p.m. on 88.7 FM, Radio Hawks University. McDonald's supports this New York Islanders live game broadcast on WRHU, Radio Hawks University. When the Islanders are on the ice, we're on the air. The New York Islanders Radio Network.
Long Island's largest radio news team brings you the Associated Press award-winning program, Newsline. Weekdays at 5:30 p.m. Exclusively on WRHU-FM and WRHU.org, Radio Hawks University.
New York Islander game broadcasts are supported in part by MSG Plus and MSG.com.
Arena, Raleigh, North Carolina. After one period of play, New York Islanders grab the Carolina Hurricanes 1-0 in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference first round series. Brett Picker, your home side, Corey Wright, the goal for Carolina coming on the power play. Sebastian Arnold with the man advantage now, 3:47 in, just 5 seconds into that power play. Corey, I think if you look at the way that this first period went for the Islanders, if you were at home in the Stanley Cup playoffs Game 1, you'd not be happy with the way things went. But as a road team, giving up an early goal against, you're okay with this 1-0 deficit, considering you were able to finally get those better of the chances probably the second half of that period. Just continue to play your game and just take some time to be on Toronto.
And how about the fact that we were talking about down this power play, struggling with that without Matt Barzell, comes back in here tonight, and that was kind of the turning point in the period, because if you look at the shot totals, shots were 10-2 in favor of Carolina, and then the Islanders had 4 shots on that first power play. They were credited with 3 high danger chances, a lot of pucks just bouncing in the crease there, around Matthew Lance, a couple of real near misses, so that kind of stabilized the Islanders. And if you even look at Matt Patrick, they've given the Islanders 3 high danger chances at 5-on-5 compared to just 2 for the Hurricanes. It is 6-2 if you include those couple on the power plays. The Islanders, yes, early on it looked like the Carolina Hurricanes were playing a very Carolina Hurricanes game, keeping the puck away from the Islanders, putting a lot of shots towards EAS. So that power play really did kind of get the Islanders on their feet. Hopefully one here starts second period to get this game back and one.
4 centers for the Islanders, so 4 players took face-offs. 3 of them were under 500 in the face-off circle, but both were 8-1, and that could be crucial if the Islanders want to have success on the power play.
Yeah, I mean, 8-1, that is 89% of its draws for Bo Horvat. I think the fact the Islanders are 15th in the league in face-offs, Forfire and Bo Horvat finished, I think they were 3rd from that point on after acquiring him, so he has meant so much to this team in the dot, and you are seeing that big time in that first period.
Islanders trail the Hurricanes 1-0 after one period of action. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference first round series. Coming up just 1 minute away, Matt Barzell back in business. He goes on after missing the last 23 games of the regular season. That's coming up next. You're listening to the Stanley Cup playoffs on the New York Islanders Radio Network.
New York Islander game broadcasts are supported in part by MSG Plus and MSG.com.
Islanders fans, thank you for your support of WRHU. WRHU was just honored with the Marconi Award from the National Association of Broadcasters for Best Radio Station.
WRHU is proud to produce and distribute
Serving you.
This is Cal Clutterbuck. You're listening to the New York Islanders Radio Network.
Man, this is Chris King, joined by Greg Picker and Corey Wright back to PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina. It's Game 1 tonight between the New York Islanders and the Carolina Hurricanes, and the Canes have a 1-0 lead after 1 period of play. Well, the big story for the Islanders coming in tonight, the return of Matt Barzell, playing his first game in the blue and orange in nearly 2 months. Our Andrew Fantuccio takes a closer look in this feature he calls Barzell Back in Business.
It's been 58 days since Matt Barzell suffered a lower body injury that forced him to miss the final 23 games of the regular season. Tonight, he's back in business for the Islanders, just in time for the Stanley Cup playoffs.
I've been feeling good for a little while now. We just wanted to be fully comfortable with me hopping back in the game, and mentally, physically, it felt good. So it's been a while. I'm just excited to be back.
Although Matt hated not playing down the stretch, he's eager to rejoin a team that's rolling entering the postseason.
It sucks watching watching. I mean, that's no secret. But what I did watch was some really good hockey. Guys working, guys playing for each other, and you can tell we've been playing playoff hockey. These guys have been playing playoff hockey for the last 20 games. So, like I said, I'm just coming back, jumping on the train, and gonna help any way I can.
In his return to the team, Barzell will skate on Bo Horvat's right wing, reuniting a lethal tandem on the island's top line.
Great to be games before I went out there. We were playing it, and felt like the chemistry was there. So, he's been playing well, he's been grinding lately. So I'm just gonna come back and again just try to be myself and get him a puck in the slot.
With number 13 at his side once again, Horvat knows his job on the ice is about to get a lot easier.
It's just a matter of me trying to find openings for him. He's obviously trying to play the kind of play and find you when you think you're not open. So I think for me, just to get the open ice and try to help before I get the shot up.
Head coach Wayne Lambert is hoping that as the team's best puck carrier, Barzell can help spark the Islanders' power play at a time when special teams will be critical to their success.
Obviously, we can help us power play. Sure, so that's a boost right off the hop because we're going to need the power play in the playoffs. We talked about entering this on. I think we need to help us with that. And then, the reason we're on that half wall, he hasn't barely made some plays. So, sort of probably help, I guess, so to speak. Certainly, he's on that position.
Now that he recovered and has put his injury behind him, Barzell is fully focused on the playoffs.
It's so exciting. I can't tell you how hard last year was just not playing in those big games, those big moments, and we want to be in the spotlight. And that's what the playoffs is, and we're excited.
For the New York Islanders Radio Network, I'm Anderson Tuccio.
Great job, as always, by our Andrew Fantuccio. Again, tonight in Raleigh, we played one period of game one, and the Carolina Hurricanes have a 1-0 lead over the New York Islanders. We'll take a quick time out, and when we return, we'll bring you an in-game sports update with all the out-of-town scores. We'll check in with Ryan Pillock from outside the Islanders locker room. We'll recap that opening period and start the second. You're listening to the Stanley Cup playoffs on the New York Islanders Radio Network.
This is the New York Islanders intermission report.
There's 3 other playoff games around the National Hockey League tonight. We start in Beantown for the other Eastern Conference series tonight between the President's Trophy winning Bruins and the last team in, the Florida Panthers. Boston has an early advantage thanks to a David Pastrnak goal and retain the 1-0 lead on Florida as they enter the latter half of the spring. Later tonight in the West, we start in the Lone Star stage for a Central Division series between the Wild and the Hometown Stars. Marcus Foligno talked earlier today about why this game means so much to Minnesota.
And you have to play your best hockey. I think there was, obviously last year we had a chance to, really put a team away, and we let off the gas pedal, and, we run that hard way. So, I think just the way this year's gone, the way we've tried to get to where we are now, I think we're a really mentally tougher team and ready for the challenge.
Sound courtesy of the Minnesota Wild Twitter page. This series kicks off tonight following the conclusion of the Islanders game at 9:30. In the nightcap tonight, we go all the way up to Edmonton for Connor McDavid and the Oilers taking on the visiting Kings. Drew Doughty had a chance to talk about how he believes in his team this series.
Yeah, we have the same game plan. It's about us. It's not, they can go what they're doing, but if we stick to our game plan and execute it to the best of our abilities, we're confident that we can play really well this series.
Sound courtesy of the LA Kings Twitter page. The Open Assembly for this one tonight with action scheduled to get underway at 10. In the ice to the Diamond in another late game, the Mets travel to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers. David Peterson on the bump, scheduled to take on Justin May. Game time is set for 10:10. Wrapping up on the hardwood in Philly, the Sixers take on the Nets in Game 2 of their first round series. They just wrapped up the first quarter in a deadlock tied at 25. Finally, we go back to California for Game 3 of Warriors vs. Kings as Sacramento looks to gain a 2-0 advantage against the defending champions. Tip-off in the Golden State is scheduled for 10. With your intermission report, I'm Zach Sobel. Once again, the Islanders trail the Hurricanes 1-0 at the end of the first period. Chris King and Brett Fisher will second period action from Carolina, only heated on the New York Islanders Radio Network.
New York Islanders game broadcasts are supported in part by MSG Plus and MSG.com.
This is WRAQ-FM Hempstead, the radio home for your New York Islanders, Radio Hockey University.
Norfolk Southern milepost 226.0. No defect. Norfolk Southern milepost 226.0. No
1-0 lead over the New York Islanders in Game 1 of this opening round best of 7 Stanley Cup playoff series. Between frames, MSG's Alan Turing had a chance to talk about the blue liner, Ryan Pollock.
A monster hit there for you at the start of that game, 20 for this team in the first period. The intensity is there, no question. You think it's going to go up a notch in the second and third?
Yeah, I mean, we know that's our game. That's how we have success. It's a long series, so you got to kick in your list when you can. I thought we did a pretty good job of that when we had our chances.
What you like about this team in the first period?
I thought we were actually pretty good. Obviously, building's loud. They're coming out flying. I thought we weathered it pretty good. They got the power play goal, but I thought our power play did a really good job of kind of getting some momentum back. They had some really good looks, and then I thought we kind of started to grow a little bit there. So it's pretty good there to get back to work.
What do you think about Matt Barzell there in the first?
Yeah, no, I thought he looked good. Obviously, it's been a while for him. That game action coming in right to a playoff game is tough, but I thought he was pretty composed, and I thought he made some great plays.
Thanks, Ryan.
And that is Ryan Pollock. The game's only goal in the first period came when Hudson Fashion by the Islanders went to the penalty box. 2 minutes for tripping Jacob Slavin. It took Carolina all of 5 seconds to find the back of the net as the Canes Sebastian Aho scores his first of the playoffs from Burns and Mason. The power play goal at 3:47 to put the home team up as the Canes outshot the Islanders 14-10 in the first. Carolina's power play is 1 for 1. Islander power play right now 0 for 1, but they'll start the second period with 1 minute and 2 seconds of fresh ice power play which to work on the late minor against Brady Shea for interfering with
Isles Radio. One lucky winner will be randomly selected from the fans who tweet correct answer by the end of the game. Guys who make an entry, fans agree with the terms and conditions. Has to be a playoff game question. We're asking that who are the only 3 defensemen to ever score playoff overtime goals for the New York Islanders. 3 defensemen have scored 3 overtime goals. Can you name them? Tweet those names with the hashtag Isles Radio or might just win an Isles prize pack.
So again, hashtag Isles Radio if you know the answer. Hashtag Isles Radio and you could be our winner. Again, the Islander power play prior to the arrival of Bo Horvat was over 25 in a 10-game slump. Horvat arrived, they paired with Barzell. In the next 6 games that they played together, the power play goes 6 for 17, 35.3%. We saw them get 4 shots on goal in the first power play chance, and now they still have an opportunity here with just over half of it remaining to tie this game early in the second period.
Bo Horvat 8-1 in the face-off circle. Now that is most crucial on special teams.
Islanders in the visiting white, they're trimmed in blue and orange. They'll go right to left this period. Ilya Sorokin on the goal line to our right. Hurricanes in the home red there, trim is black and white, left to right, with Antti Ranta taking the last sip of water and then getting ready for the period to begin down at center ice. It will be Horvat against Jordan Stahl. So let's see if Bo Horvat can make it 9-1 on draws here. 90% if he can beat one of the best in the business in Jordan Stahl on the center dot. It's down, and I think it'll go as a Horvat win as Barzell brought it to the red line, and now the Islanders back it up in their own end. Noah Dobson starts between the circles in front of Ilya Sorokin. Dobson will quarterback the first unit to Noah to Brock Nielsen. Now a drop pass for Barzell. Flying left wing over the Carolina line down to Horvat on the half wall. It was clipped by the stick of Martinook. It ended up out of play in the left wing corner of the Hurricane end, bringing an offensive zone drawn out for Horvat. 21 seconds into the second.
Carolina did finish the regular season second in the National Hockey League on the penalty kill, 84.4%. The Islanders third worst in the NHL on the power play, 15.8.
Down on the dot left side, this time Stahl before that. And Carolina gets to clear the length of the ice. Horvat led the Islanders in power play goals with 12 power play points with 22 in the regular season. Most of those piled up in his time with the Vancouver Canucks before the trade, just before the All-Star break. Here's Horvat down the left wing wall in the Canes end, trying to find Lee in the right circle. Loose puck taken by Jack Cerri, and he'll flip it all the way down. Cerri, the son of the former Islander, Ted Cerri. So from behind his own net, Noah Dobson begins on the breakout. Just 10 seconds to go in the man advantage. Pellick out there, some rare power play time. Adam gets it in deep. Dropped it behind his net. We'll leave it there. As out of the box is Brady Shea. Islanders over 2 on the power play. Carolina with a 1-0 lead opening minute of period 2. Pellick in the near corner of his own end behind the net for Pollock as they get reunited here, at least briefly. And then the Canes, Aho has it left corner, tried to go in front, didn't connect with anybody, and on the fresh ice came off the near boards all the way back into his own end. Set the length of the ice here by Carolina. Sorokin in his trapezoid will play it to Pollock. Neatly between his legs to Pellick near side. Cross ice feed picked off down the middle though by Mason. Ill advised pass Pellick. Chance for the Canes in tight. Puck to the enemy on the doorstep. Oh, Mason scores. They say he did. The horn went. The red light came on. But Greg, I don't think the puck ever entered the net.
No, everybody just thought it was going to go in. And he may have been hooked. And I think the Islanders can go to a penalty kill, but that puck never went in net. Looked like an empty net, tap in goal, but they're going to call a slash here against the Islanders. They will not make it official here.
You need to take a look at the video, because as you said, it appeared to be an open net, so everyone's assuming he's just going to tap it in on tic-tac-toe passing, wide open at the left of the crease, but somehow it didn't go in.
Probably because of the slash by the Islanders. I don't know how you can say this is going to be a penalty against the Islanders. Puck didn't go in. So the Kings fans are upset. They just thought that was going to be a goal because it looked like it was set up to be a goal, but Carolina didn't finish.
Wow, rough first Stanley Cup playoff game for Hudson Fasching. He was in the box for tripping Slavin when Carolina scored the first power play goal, and he's back in there again here for slashing Mason. But Greg, it might be the type of slash that prevented an empty net goal. In that case, it would be a good penalty on Hudson Fasching.
No, you know what? I think that, what is it? Are they saying Ryan Pollock? What's going on here?
Yeah, you know what? Mason ended up hitting the ball. He did not. They got the wrong guy. I think it's Ryan Pollock. Will they make that switch? They will now. So it is Pollock.
That looks like stick on stick. Oh, the stick broke. Okay, so that's what, you know what it was? The blade of the stick went into the net. That's what threw off the Carolina fans. The blade of the puck on the slash went into the net as the puck went wide. Wow. So that caused all the confusion in the building. I saw the puck end up in the corner, so that was why I was confused why anybody thought that puck went in. They saw something go in, but the stick of Mason slashed in half, and the blade went behind Sorokin. So to sum it up, it's still 1-0 Carolina, and they're going to their second power play.
They needed 5 seconds only to score their first power play. They win the face-off and go to work. Here a blast from Jarvis. Left out, blocked by fellow number 24, Scott Mayfield. Islanders trying to get it out. They can't, held in by the Hurricanes. Brent Burns, he quarterbacks here at center point. Takes a look, plays give and go, and then gets it back down to the right. So to let it go in front, looking for the stick of Mason, but couldn't get it on net, and in the Islanders Mayfield forced it out to center. Carolina resets between the blue line. The big moment here, 1-0 Canes on a power play goal. They go to their second opportunity, man up and gain the Islanders zone. Jarvis to the Canes Aho at left point to Jarvis on the half-court's left side. Jeff Jarvis down low left of the net, plays give and go with Mason. Now to Burns center point. Come to the right circle for Marty Natchez. Burns straight on, fires. Score! Might have been deflected in front by Mason, but 2 power play goals and 2 chances man up for Carolina. And the Hurricanes double the lead. It's 2-0.
Currently, this is no entry there for the Hurricanes. The first time they scored on a power play, it came off of a face-off win. Got it set up completely this time. They entered the zone cleanly. And Brent Burns from center point. He's looking for a deflection of Mason in front. And Scott Mayfield has to worry about Mason. He also has to worry about the man wide open at the left dot, so he can't push Mason out of the way. And Mason gets his stick on it. And it goes by the blocker of Ilya Sorokin. 2-0 Carolina. They have the early special teams advantage here. And a 2-0 lead early in the second period.
Yeah, what a playoff debut for Brent Burns as the Carolina Hurricane. He'll have the primary assist now on both goals. The first one, a beautiful diagonal cross-ice pass that Aho wired home on a one-timer. This time he lets that booming shot go from the blue line. And Mason has the net front presence. Remember, he was the guy that was denied the goal. Pollock breaking his stick in half on an empty net. Tapped at the left of the paint. Instead he hit the post, but the penalty was called, and he ends up getting the goal. It makes it 2-0 Carolina as we get a whistle here at center, right?
And again, it goes back to the failed exit from Adam Pellick. That Mason flagged down about 3 feet off the ice. If that puck gets out of the zone, Gigi Pajot was streaking wide open down the right wing side. Wouldn't have had a breakaway or anything like that, but could have led a 3-on-2 rush for the Islanders. Instead, Mason knocks it down. Carolina is able to draw a penalty and score on the ensuing power play.
Well, the former Devils, Stephen Mason, had 13 goals in the regular season. More than half of them on the power play. 7 of the 13 came on the man advantage. And again, the Islanders down 2 here, trying to change it. Quick chance, Ryan Pollock to the right circle. He scores! Power Pully gets it right back, and the Islanders cut the lead in half. New York trails it 2-1.
Islanders were going to go to a power play because I believe there was a stick slashed out of the hands of an Islander. But Pollock doesn't get everything on this shot. Ends up being a change-up. May have glanced off of a Carolina stick on the way to Antiranta. And from the first look, he has to have that save. Oh my goodness, he just flubbed that one completely. That was such a slow change-up. Pollock down on one knee, gets back up. Oh my goodness, that was on the ice the entire time. Just slowly going in on Ranta. And he puts that off the blade of his own stick, the goaltender does, and over his right shoulder. Looked like a perfect deflection, but by the old netminder. And so the Islanders right back in this one. A stunned Hurricane crowd. Tough one for Antiranta.
24 seconds after Carolina's Mason made it 2-0. Ryan Pollock, as you said, Greg, just swing it to the net from the right circle, and Ranta deflects it into his own net with his goal stick. So the Islanders needing something to get going. Get a big goal there. Pollock, the first Islander to score in the playoffs this year. It's now a 2-1 game in favor of Carolina with 16:52 to go in the second period.
And a big advantage for the Islanders coming to the series. Everybody talking about the goaltending. Julius Sorokin for the Islanders. And we didn't know until this morning whether it was going to be Antiranta or Freddie Anderson because they don't have a clear-cut number one here in Carolina. And although Sorokin has been beaten twice, it's been on perfect plays by the Hurricanes. That was not a perfect shot by any means. That got by Antiranta, so might be in his head a little bit there.
Again, the Canes here getting a shot on goal. Jarvis from the right hand push changed direction in front. Sorokin made a terrific save. And again, Brendan staying on rotation with those two goalies. He's over the regular season rotating them 9 times back and forth. And just stay on rotation, if you will, for a 10th game to give Ronta the start. Islanders got it to the net again. Pajo, right circle, kicked out by Ronta with the right leg. And again, sent all the way down. And to me, Greg, the reason he really went with Ronta more than anything else was home ice. So the Islanders got the icing, but Ronta was here 11-0 in this building. It only lost came November 17th in overtime. 3-2, the defending champion, Colorado Avalanche, in his last 9 home games, 9-0 to close out the season.
And again, gaudy numbers. Overall, 19-3-3, 2.23 goals against. And the same percentage, though, not the same, 9-1-0. They go 3-1 in the final 4 games after returning from an injury, a lower body injury that they're supposed to march with. And last season was a Hurricane starter for the playoffs, but was hurt in Game 7 against the Rangers in that second-round series.
They had to bring in the youngster Fyodor Krejcikov, who is up on the AHL as the emergency backup tonight. Islanders have done the same with their goaltender from the American Hockey League. Is here again, down the slot. Nice save! Barzal got in alone on Antiranta, who denied him. What a chance for Barzal to tie the game, but Ranta, after giving up the softy to Pollock, makes his best save of that night.
Huge for him. Great bounce pass off the near side boards from Miller Towers, and he's got his own defensive zone from his perspective to find Bo Horvat. Up the left wing side, he catches it at the offensive blue line, draws the attention of Jacob Slave and Barzal behind the other defenseman, is in alone and gets the shot low. Great stop, the best one for him.
Horvat face-off win, missed the net. Islanders from right point got it first and Pollock. Broke out by Carolina, they bring it out to the center. Here's Cerri, top of the left circle, trying to go back door, but didn't connect there. Cruising to the paint was Jordan Stahl. Islanders bring it through center. It's taken away by Carolina. They give it back. Pollock gave it up to the Carolina line, and then the Canes pass flips to the New York stripe where Sam Bolden begins again. And to Bo Horvat, roughing over the red. A little flip pass for Barzal, broken up by the Canes. Dangerously in front of their own net, almost gave it away to Carolina. To Engvall, who just couldn't reach it. And then Carolina chops into Islander territory.
It's getting a little bit sloppy here as we reach the 5-minute mark of this second period. Islanders down to 2-1.
Here's Palmieri, right wing over the Carolina line. Chips it in behind the net, giving chase Engvall. He's first there, but we got another whistle here. It's the neutral zone official who's calling, I believe, a high stick. And it's going to be against the Islanders as Brady Shea is checking for blood. If he finds some, it could be a double minor, but our referee putting up 2 fingers, so the indication is just a single minor penalty. As right now, we're waiting for the call. Palmieri arguing, but he's not going to win this one. Panthers will end this period. New York penalty number 21. 2 minutes for 8 seconds. Palmieri for high-sticking Brady Shea. A Carolina power play that's 2 for 2. Already in the game goes to chance number 3.
And it was as Brady trying to step up on a hit on Cerri, and John just had to stay way too high up. And goes right into the chin of Shea. Palmieri was trying to dump the ball deep to the offensive zone. So 2 of the 3 penalties taken by the Islanders have been offensive zone penalties. The first by Hudson Fashion, now by Palmieri.
Last power play goal, Mason scores from Burns and Nathan at 2:27. Carolina wins the face-off. Here they go.
Islanders are facing a tall task at both ends of the
All right.
which is why both
We are done with our evening prime time. We are done with our evening prime time for tonight. So, here's where we are right now with our two shows. Well, with all of our shows. So, let me go through each of them for those who missed from earlier. Did I miss 3?
Islanders Radio Network. I'm Andrew Fantuccio.
I think he came on time.
Nice work, as always, from our Andrew Fantuccio. Well, tonight in Raleigh, North Carolina, we played 2 periods of Game 1. It's the Carolina Hurricanes 2 and the New York Islanders 1. We'll take a quick timeout, and when we return, we'll bring you an in-game sports update with all the out-of-town scores. We'll check in with John Gabriel Pajot from outside the New York dressing room. We'll recap that middle period and start the third. You're listening to the Stanley Cup playoffs on the New York Islanders Radio Network.
Alright, let me turn these down. See what was on 3. That C-50 train unit and 77 were on 3 tonight. Came on time. We were in the middle of Millionaire at that point. But we got it all taken care of. So, was there anything special at the end? No, there was not. Okay. Alright, so now before we continue on, let me provide a rundown of how everything has gone with our primetime shows. So, of course you all know what happened with Masterminds. Let's continue on with where we were at, starting with Switch. So, the winner of tonight's Switch, unfortunately, did not win the big Switch. She was really struggling at getting out of that number 5 spot. I mean, she was at number 4 at one point, but then she went all the way back to 5, and she went like back and forth between 4 and 5. And then on Wheel of Fortune, the winner won a car, which is a great way to start off the week. And then on the brand new Split Second, from our review, quite an interesting game. I mean, it's all about timing, so yeah, a great game of Split Second. Can't wait to see it again tomorrow. But however, that's going to have to be at a different time, so that's going to be at a new time. So Split Second is not at 6:30, it'll be at 7. Immediately following Wheel of Fortune. That's our primetime schedule. Which therefore, yeah, this does cut off a lot of our time with shows of this kind here on our network, but we're getting used to it pretty good. So that's the best thing. Then next, about Split Second. I mean, I really like the whole idea. So basically, how Split Second works. It's kind of like America Says a little bit, but it's not really that. So, how Split Second works is that the contestants are asked a question, like a statement, and then there are 3 different things, and they have to answer for each of those statements. Like for instance, one of those questions was like novels or stuff that begin with G, or something that starts with great. One of them was The Great Gatsby. In fact, that question actually came up on that same question actually came up on tonight. That question came up again on tonight's Millionaire, which so far, Stephen Fox was able to start his game and get it in. He ended up winning. As far as I think, he ended up winning $32,000. I think it was on a freebie question that he got wrong. Another contestant had tried for $16,000 but missed it and went down to just $1,000. Another contestant took $250,000. Quite a fair move. And then, as of right now, John Nelson, we just started his game. Right now, he has $200. And so when we continue Millionaire tomorrow, he will be going for 3,000. He'll be going for 300. And we will eventually continue his game all the way up to $1 million. Maybe we'll repeat a John Carpenter. Now, I'm sure we'll see that as we continue on. But here are the scores right now for both games. So, the Bruins lead 2-1 as we are well halfway through the second period. And then at the end of the second, the Hurricanes lead the Islanders 2-1. So, we will see how these two games end as we then get ready for the Wild and the Stars, which will be starting in about 25 minutes. We'll get back to Minecraft Live here in just a moment. All right. The third period in North Carolina is getting underway. That was a great Millionaire show. Great. After seeing that Comet logo on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, now it seems to be getting stuck. Now it seems to be getting stuck in my head, including that jingle. And now I have a feeling that the Comet logo and the Bubble Guppies are getting along very well. That I think the Buena Vista Comet logo and the Bubble Guppies are both getting along very well. Meet the characters. That's not what I wanted. And I'm sure we got the Rice and Steel already. We did not yet. Maryland. No, we haven't, but this is an update.
Portage County Sheriff's Office phones are operational. The Portage County Sheriff's Office is experiencing an phone outage. If there is no answer at the Portage County Sheriff's Office, contact the Walport County Sheriff's Office at 712-524-4666.
So it looks like an extension of that phone outage. So it's an extension of that phone outage, basically. Alright, let's continue on. Now that I've actually got some music going. Let's see how long it keeps up. Maybe I'll mix it in with the Flood Around video at some point. I don't know, I'll see what I can do. I don't think the remote desktop in Minecraft is getting along nicely. Yeah, I don't think Minecraft and remote desktop are getting along nicely. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to disconnect the computer, or my tablet from the computer. And I'm actually going to create an independent audio file of this. You know the drill here. I'm going to lower the pitch, just like I was playing around with earlier. It's going to be a while till I get those comets out of my head. Okay, I'm going to export it. Nope, I don't want it as a WAV file. There we go, that's it. Okay. Render it here.
More information about the team is available at NewYorkIslanders.com. New York Islanders hockey is underwritten by the NHL on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Wait, weren't we supposed to tune in for White Sox baseball? We've been distracted by hockey. We've been distracted by hockey so much. Oh, did they postpone it? Okay, I guess they... Well... Well, so much for tonight. Well, so much for tonight, because I thought I missed the game. And boy, was I lucky. I am so lucky. Because this game got postponed, and now tomorrow is a doubleheader. That is right. Tomorrow will be our first doubleheader game of the season with the White Sox. So we will be hearing the White Sox play tomorrow instead. So the White Sox will instead play tomorrow. So they'll play tomorrow. I'm going to copy this again. Oh, it is being copied. It did. Okay. Well, I thought I was going to miss the game, but boy, was I lucky. That game got postponed. So tomorrow then will be our first doubleheader. Will be our first doubleheader game of the season, of the 2023 season for baseball. So the Phillies and the Sox will play tomorrow at 3 p.m. So that's going to be during Classic Concentration and Jeopardy. Oh, wow. Oh no. I like that part. Oh no. Oh, that's a great part of that whole thing. All right. This bridge is just about complete.
Get closer to the pride with WRHU's The Locker Room. In-depth analysis of Hofstra Pride sports.
All inclusive vacation packages to sun and safe destinations like the Dominican Republic. So whether you're planning a couples retreat or an unforgettable family getaway, your vacation is in good hands with Apple Vacations. It's like turning on easy mode. Visit AppleVacations.com to plan your easiest vacation yet. Something's playing here at the Sports Hub. Soccer dives down. And the Bruins get to it to Brust. Up top. Here's McAvoy. Shoots. His own guys. Hockey chopping at it. Rebound. Ryan with the stop. They score! I think that might have been Colin Saka who got it. Got the second chance, maybe the third. It could have been DeBrusque who was chopping at it either way. Throwing three. Panthers won it. Welcome to the GP Intermission Show, the #1 global employment platform. GP makes it easy to find, hire, and build great teams anywhere in the world. Days instead of months with G-B.com.
Hawaii again.
Yeah, and it was, in fact, Jake DeBrusque that got the goals.
Oh, it just got even larger now. So I guess they expanded it. Well, with this being considered the case, we know who's not going to test this week. Let me check Honolulu IEM and be sure. It's just a flood watch, and it goes till 6 p.m. on the 19th. Nope, no test from Honolulu this week, unless they cancel the flood watch early. So unless that happens, no test from Honolulu this week. Well, on Wednesday that is. So we'll be expecting a Thursday test from them in this case.
Both teams have settled in, no penalties in that second period. They kind of played it, they don't want to get into any penalty trouble, play between the whistles. That's kind of what Pete Montgomery talked about here today.
I really loved the low pitch rendition of Having Fun that I just did. Maybe we'll use it for another. Maybe we'll use it for this weekend's Street View video.
Sometimes you're not going to be able to get it out because the puck is right in your face, but you don't want to turn it over in that spot. And that's when.
But we're missing the star on the bridge, aren't we?
Some of that, and then forcing the Panthers to defend. There's a saying in the game, sometimes it's not the saves you make that can Marcia gave the Bruins a 2-0 lead early in that second. For all the great saves that Alex Ryan has made here today, just you can't allow that goal. It's and it's one that, Marcia will happily take. When Ryan got a little space, Marcia may go down the left-hand side, but it's kind of that back foot mister, which he scored on before, but that puck's, he got a piece that Ryan did, but it goes off the bottom of his glove, and he couldn't believe it. So, that's one that absolutely he would like to have back. That's a massive difference in this game going into the third period. A one-goal game instead of a two-goal game instead of a one-goal game. But, like I said, he has made some good ones, some real good ones. And on the other end, I think that There's been more of a shoot from the point kind of mentality from the Florida Panthers here today that Linus Hallmark has had to be aware of, and he's handled the majority of them. The only one to beat him was a puck that came out to Kachuk. Big quick hands by Kachuk, go forehand, go backhand, forehand, and chip that puck past the blocker's eye.
Scoring summary in the game. Dave Pastrnak got it started on the power play the first period, 5:58 in, and then at the 3:41 mark of the second, Marchand from McAvoy and Orlov with a 2-0 Bruins. Then Chuck scored unassisted at 6:34.
And here comes the westbound. In La Plata right now.
Shots at the end of two in favor of the Panthers, 23-16 on the power play. The Bruins 1 for 2 of the Panthers. 0 for 1. Music of the game is brought to you by Live Nation.
And now it's time for the Stars and the Wild. And we have a meet, I can tell, because I believe I just heard a second horn.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter.
No, I don't think it was the second train. So I thought I heard a second horn for a moment. Alright, we know the Wild Sports Network. So, let's see. Let me be sure. And then I'm gonna, we're gonna let the train continue, and I'm gonna go back in here. I'm gonna take down notes of what stations we can use. Oh, a whole ton of mid DPUs. What was the slew of them? 4 of them. Canadian Pacific. There was even a Canadian Pacific on one of them.
Sometimes the best part of the trip was never part of the play. A moment you couldn't have ever predicted. There's one place that specializes in surprise. Live music plays on cobblestone streets, where dishes, butter, where history was born, first in was there, brings out your wild side. Visit Omaha and discover experiences that come at you from out of nowhere. Plan your weekend getaway and visit Omaha.com.
Listen live. Check out our podcast, the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Sports Hub
After 2 periods of play, the Bruins lead the Panthers 3-1. David Hodgson on the power play going for Boston. The first, Brad Marshall and Jake.
Alright, got down the notes. KFAN. Let's see if I can, so I'm gonna see if I can gonna have to play the game on here. I'm gonna have to play it on here. And I'm gonna see if, let's see if they, let's see if it allows us to stream the game. Well, we're gonna find out if, let's see if this allows us to stream the game.
this Minnesota Wild team would beat the team of last year. What's your reaction to that?
It looks like yes.
Disagree with that? How close would that best of 7 series be against VU about a year ago?
Yeah, I think we learned a lot last year, especially with the structure of the team and just the way we go about games. Obviously, every year's past a lot of high-scoring games, whereas this year we're more long-ball games, closer to whether it's 2-1, 3-2 in those type of games. And like I said, I think we learned a lot from last year and the way we have to approach the game and take a more mature view.
It's amazing the amount of adversity you guys have dealt with this year as well. You missed some time in the lineup. James Rodine missed some time. Will Kaprizov missed some time. And here you are. Up until maybe a week and a half ago, you guys were battling for the top spot in the Western Conference. There's something to be said for what you guys had to deal with to get to this point, and not only deal with it, but flourish.
Yeah, I think just the next man up mentality, the depth that we have, and opportunities arise for guys when people are out of the lineup. You have to switch around.
We'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto and home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at AmFam.com.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 in borrowing credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay all back. There are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you owe if you qualify. This is not a website or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which no lender is yet to keep secret, assist you in your marital sooner struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They'll help qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated for Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief hotline now. Call 800-885-6677 or visit edrcorp.com. That's edrcorp.com. edrcorp.com.
Bell Tire today. You'll get the lowest tire price period. Like $70 off a set of 4 Michelin tires. You'll also get a guide that'll give you free lifetime flat repair, tire rotations, and alignment checks. Get $70 off a set of 4 Michelin tires. Plus 4 free services if you pour out of your tires in or It's how we make the lowest tire prices. Even lower. See store BellTire.com for details and offer expiration. Ready for your degree? Southern New Hampshire University has offered 200% affordable tuition and 100% online classes. Learn more at USNHB.com. This is an insurance policy that official firefighters are passing on to highlight the legal features available to your first responder. The first is a black gold flashback.
I gotta remember how the star was designed.
Just past 48 hours after the terrible events in the Boston Marathon, and we're all fully aware that for so many people affected by Monday's tragedy, their wounds physically and emotionally will never heal. Maybe tonight, they can take a small step forward to binding up those wounds, putting some smiles on people's faces as well. Toyota ingrained in this city, and it is a city that people refuse to be intimidated, refuse to be scared away. They've been too strong for too long. And they're proving it again tonight. Renee Rancourt has been singing the anthem before Bruins games since the bicentennial year of 1976. In those 37 years, never has it been more to this city than we are tonight. Sabre shootout win in the first ring that held in Boston since the April 15th Boston Marathon Bombings. A moment of silence was found for the victors. Fallen free was shown at TD Garden when our anthem singer Renee Renfro sang the opening line of the Star Spangled Banner of How About His Memory. 17-5-65 lieutenants sing unanimously. Opportunity this afternoon. Now we're going to try and spend some time down there. Just amazing. In fact, to see that there's some blood there. Everything it takes to put that all together. Just second unit mostly out there. Really special day there for everybody. They get the third period underway. The Bruins want to be left to right. Leading 3-1 here in game one. All the way now for West with the shooters. Claude Cleveland by Omar and Hughes. This face-off is brought to you by KillerCare. They've teamed up with Charlotte and State Police Association, professional firefighters in Massachusetts for face-offs and first responders to highlight mental health resources for first responders. IndyFrog.com/first responders.
Yep. We're at the American Airlines Center. Well, for the Wild, they're at the American Airlines Center in Dallas this evening. And that is where this game will shortly be getting underway. We still have not gotten the Rice and Steel iPause test yet, but I'm sure we'll be getting that a little later on. So now we're listening to 3 different hockey games at once. This is just incredible. We're listening to 3 hockey games at the same time. Wow. We're waiting for the Wild to start. I mean, they're just going through the starting lineups. This is how great of a bridge it is right now.
Comes. Come on, near side.
That's a commercial construction project, so it's a plan of construction to even fully embrace your vision and do whatever it takes to make it a reality. Visit TheWeatherMenConstruction.com. TheWeatherMen Construction, real exceptional, no exceptions.
Brad Marchand right now with the corner and goal, which came early in the second period as a rookie. He had a career high 11 wins, last one to Stanley Cup back in 2011. 16:45 on to the third. Bruins 3 Panthers 1. Krejci digging into the drop. Far circle the Panthers in goal. Off the face-off and scram to the far side deck. Shovel to the far corner flag. Now back to the net. Here's Bertuzzi. Right of the cage. Drifts the puck up top. Brings it at the wall. Now he's going to head back. Look out here. Comes through the step. On the near circle. Shoots hard. Comes out. Challenges. And he devours the puck. Gets locked up out in front. This return will be on the right side. Separate those two.
He just tried to take that slouch right there with Connor Hogan to the right point. He's off the races. Out past the blue paint. The puck goes around the back. Mark makes a good solid save there. Holds on. Parker's coming up the ice on one point.
He's out here. Bruins
1-0. And the Wild is underway. The Hurricanes win it 2-1. They take game 1 of the series. They lead the first round 1-0. 1-0. Hey Google, play KFAN. So this game is done. Now we go over to Florida. We are well into, so the Bruins lead 3-1 in the first round. Maybe only heard the first portion of the play-by-play and then it just went silent. There we go. That's their ID.
Turnovers here in this game. They started turning one box over. They turned a couple over here. They're set back. Jake the Breast forcing the turnover. Marchand gets the shot away. See the referee's behind mine, though. It looks like he's got it covered, but he actually juggles it, drops it in front of him.
We're hearing the national anthem now in Dallas.
Who's brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the world were so gallantly streaming. Still there, oh, say that song,
You got the stick in there, you got to make sure you kind of, it stays in there. As Gwinnett reaches one of the numbers hands. Face off in the circle of the zone. You throw that stick, coming in on the left side, you turn into it. And that's exactly what the trick does to draw this. Yes, it's a smart play.
Very nice anthem performance right there. All right.
Back here in Dallas, the Wild and the Stars displacing.
We are about to get started here.
Pretty important start needed for Minnesota tonight, Tom, on the road in game one.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. 18,500 plus in this building right now to watch this hockey game. Minnesota has to win at least one game in this building. And so what better way to start this series than winning game number one? But you know that the Dallas Stars, they're a good hockey club. They're going to come up with a lot of firepower. They're good offensively. They're good defensively. Minnesota just has to counter that.
The Stars all time in the Stanley Cup playoffs, 188 wins, 185 losses. That, of course, includes the time when the franchise was in Minnesota. The Wild are 32-58 all time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Stars were bounced in Game 7 of Round 1 last year in Calgary. The Wild, of course, dropped Game 6 in St. Louis to fall the opening round a season ago. We're underway from Dallas. The Wild from left to right on your radio dial, wearing their white jerseys here. This evening in Game 1, the Stars from right to left in the first in their green sweater. Back for Lee's Buck Napoli. Chiseled it on reverse. It was stolen by Ben. A Cerri feed. It's not the Lindella's shot. And whistle one. Johansson tips along, loaded to pick it up and spin it away. A pretty good throw. He had 2 goals in the regular season finale to give 100 career regular season points. So wide one in, and both teams change on the fly.
Yeah, both these teams just changing at the 30-second mark. You want to get the guys on the ice as quick as possible. Allowing them his energy on that bench right now in their stomachs and everything else. They want to get that first shift out of the way.
Harvey Kaprizov, Zuccarello, Spurgeon, and Middleton. It's the Stars dump one in, Rope hints. After it, overskated. Kaprizov skies through center line. Hartman knocked it down, then got dumped from behind by Ryan Suter. First thing in now, gets left circle with a shot, and that caught the wax. To the Karen is Zuccarello. They'll swing it to the weak side. D. Spurgeon. The Stars look to change. As Spurgeon goes D to D. Here's Jake Middleton. On the tape with Zuccarello. He spent some time in the Dallas sweater, of course. He had 11 points in 13 Stanley Cup playoff games in 2019 with the Stars. Minnesota in on the forecheck. The Stars try to break one out. It goes errant, and this will be icing on the home side. A $1.20 gone by in the first. No shots, no score in game one.
Well, joins after the first and the second period for tonight's Hockey Lives Hotline. We'll respond to a bunch of your questions on Twitter using the hashtag Wild Hotline. And if you have the best of the night, you'll get dinner at Tom Reed's Hockey City Pub. And you'll be entered into our monthly draw for an autographed Minnesota Wild jersey supplied by the Hockey Lives.
Face-off coming up to the right of Jake Ottinger. Tom gave you his gaudy playoff numbers from a year ago. Tonight, his 10th ever Stanley Cup playoff appearance. Dallas able to force one out the center off the face-off. Two-stop Nyquist now for Minnesota. Brings it ahead, but he was shy of the red line. This is icing on the Wild. And Tom, one of the things Dean Evison talked about, this Stars team, they're so good at tipping pucks. When they go from low to high, their blue liners often get shots through. The Wild really have to box out tonight and maybe even deny some of those low to high passes.
Yeah, and one of the key guys is Pavelski. He gets in front of the net there, and he can do a lot of tip-ins with that stick. He's a terrific player, class guy, also on and off the ice. But he's a guy you really have to be aware of. But Minnesota Minnesota, you're right, Joe. Those defensive for Minnesota have to be at their best. So their goaltender can see that puck coming in.
Pavelski, 168 career Stanley Cup playoff games prior to tonight. That's the fifth most amongst all active players. Suter checked along the glass and thrown down the ice by Foligno. The puck rolls around at the right point for the Stars vantage point of Tasting. The lob it down low. Hints let it come free. Gustafson looks to his right. Crowd wanting a call. It's John Merrill out of there wrapped up. Now Jason Robertson laying it to the point. Haskinen had it bounce off his statement. Leaks out the center and the Wild scurry off on a change. Haskinen bursting back in. Poke by Foligno. It comes by the Stars bench. Suter to pound it off the right wing boards and back into Wild ice. So
Right now, this is where it will stand.
And Pavelski trio. Minnesota through the neutral zone. Connor Dewar floats one in. Back is Thomas Harley. The youngster gives it away. Ryan Reeves tries to stick one down low. Glendening's there for Dallas. He'll reverse off, and here is Thomas Harley. With a long outletting pass. He kicks off the end wall. Picked up by Foxer for a shot. And he whistled it wide. He paid for that as Middleton stapled him to the glass.
Yeah, lively boards, no question about it. Minnesota's got to be strong defensively also. Good check by Middleton and Reed just before that.
Gene Evison said this morning, if we're not
This will be exit 79 as of this time.
Yeah, they really do. They know they're playing against
So this will be I-21's temporary terminus. I hope to get this bridge open. So that's where we're at right now on this construction project. Alright, so we're going to take another break here. Well, for you know. We're going to let you listen to the rest of these two games here. The rest of the Bruins and the rest of the game of the Bruins and the Panthers. They right now lead 3-1 with 10 minutes to go, with 11 minutes to go in the third period. And we'll let you hear the Stars and the Wild. They're just getting started. And then afterward, we'll come back and we'll wrap this show up.
Belandre, who came in after the whistle and gave a little bit of a cross check across the arm of Kaprizov. Kaprizov responded to it, also giving a little shot back, and that's what you have to do. But the referees really have to watch this thing closely, make sure they keep the game under control. A lot of emotions right now on both sides.
Boy, in hindsight, Kaprizov probably could have received that pass and walked in a few strides. Trying to catch Ottinger, who was coming back into his net on that rimmed-in puck with a quick one-timer, but Ottinger challenged well, made the save, and there was no rebound to be had. Hartman thrown from the circle, so Zuccarello in to take. Max Zuccarello, 50 career playoff points in 90 games prior to tonight. Off the draw, the Wild control. Here's John Merrill waiting and shooting one. Hammered it wide. But it's Merrill in favor of this defense pairing. John Klingberg, first Saturday in practice, tweaked something. Didn't skate yesterday. He's down in the lineup in game one. There was some thought that it would be Merrill, or excuse me, Klingberg in favor. As a defense pairing with Klingberg having to play his offside. But again, with his injury, Merrill draws it. Kaprizov. Inside the Wild blue line, swerves to his left, spins back, Stars finishing a change as Kaprizov gets the Jets going. Kirill Kaprizov over the offensive line in the high slot with a wrister, and that's gloved by Ottinger.
And watching Dallas, they want to be very physical from the get-go, but Minnesota has responded to that challenge. And good shot right now. Also, Kaprizov doing the job we expected, just maneuvering through in that center ice position all the way down the ice, getting that shot. Ottinger makes a save, and he's a big body to beat. Also, 6'5", 220 pounds. There's not a lot of open space in behind the big guy out of Lakeville, Minnesota.
37 wins in the regular season for Jake Ottinger, tied for third in the NHL. Off this draw, the Stars have it. Harley to Robertson. Robertson stacks along. It'll skip into the Wild zone and be icing on Dallas. Jason Robertson continues to impress. Tom fifth in the league with 109 points this year, the most ever by a Stars player.
Yeah, he's been absolutely terrific. No question about it. 46 goals, 63 assists, 7 game-winning goals. He just continues to shine all the time. And then even on the power play, 41 points on the power play. 13 of those being goals and 28 assists. But against Minnesota this year, 5 points in the 4 games he's played.
Sam Steele, a one-timer off a left circle setup. Ottinger makes that stop. The Wild now have started to gain some momentum here, albeit early in the first.
Yeah, they have. And still, what a nice player he's been for Minnesota this year. He's done everything they've asked him to do, and they've had him in the top line. He'll still tell us to do whatever he has to do to play, and he's one of the guys that gives Minnesota a lot more depth in the season this season.
Sam Steele, one of 3 Wild skaters making his Stanley Cup playoffs debut. Ross Faber and the netminder Philip Gustafson, the other Wild players debuting here tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The other day after practice, Sam Steele had some great quotes about dreaming about this moment. They've never gotten to the playoffs with the Anaheim Ducks. First year with the Wild, here he is playing in the spring. Stars here, carry one in. Robertson shot put out by Gustafson. That was sort of a broken play. Robertson got good wood on it. Gustafson, the left shoulder save.
Yeah, probably bouncing. I got to Robertson, but as you said, Joe, he got a good shot away on that play, and once again, Gus had to be good on that one to make the save.
Here's a Wild attacking with Steele, trying to leap one along for Nyquist. Partially broken up. Now Nyquist fired along the goal post. It changed directions, gave Oettinger some trouble on his glove side with the iron on Kine.
Minnesota right now has done a nice job. They've outshot the opposition 3-1 here, and the shot right off the pipe, as you mentioned, was Steele getting that shot right to the front.
Reeves intercepts at center. He's hog-tied by Glendenning, the long-time throw. Following up the play, Brandon Duhame. Now Ryan Reeves creating some havoc. Duhame's the point, but it escapes past Bodine, and the Wild have to turn to chase. Nearing 6 minutes gone by in the opening period. Again, the Wild from left to right on your radio now on the first scoreless here in Game 1 from Dallas. Game 2 is Wednesday, back in St. Paul for Game 3 on Friday, Game 4 on Sunday, and then we go from there. Hawk and Pop with the Stars defense, labels one out to the neutral zone. Merrill smacks it along, Dumba headman, Brandon Duhame over the offensive line, tied up, forces the Reeves, into the corner goes, and Connor Dewar has it for Minnesota. Dewar shaking past some trouble right wing side, tried to center for Duhame, that was blocked. Dewar with a physical play looking to get it back from Jamie Benn. Now Wyatt Johnston, the 19-year-old bumped, but the Stars take over. Ben will skate through his own slot and carry through center ice. A long floating wrister from the red line ends up in the belly of Gustafson, and we will step aside for the first time tonight. 13:32 to go in the first. No score from Dallas. It's Game 1, Round 1. You're listening to Wild Hockey presented by XLM.
Just Fair Chicken, raised with no antibiotics ever. Our chicken products are an excellent source of protein and proudly offer quality and consistency you can rely on to make your meals amazing. Tight on time? Try one of our new Just Fair fully cooked products available in the freezer aisle. Lightly breaded chicken breast with no artificial ingredients or convenience you can feel good about. Remember, when it has to be just right, it has to be Just Fair. Learn more at JustFairFoods.com and pick up Just Fair Chicken at your local grocer.
At South Energy, we care about the energy you use and the energy you save. By having high-efficiency heating and cooling, by insulating your attic and keeping the outside air where it belongs, outside. Our home energy squad is here to help. Make an appointment today and get custom kits and affordable upgrades to save you money. Because saving energy does everybody good. Learn more at excellenergy.com/squad. Free visits available for income qualified households.
They say love is a universal language. Well, that's definitely true if you're talking about bacon. I mean, who doesn't love bacon? Forget the chocolates. Get the gift of bacon. It's everyone's love language. And you're going to love it that our bacon's on sale right now. With quick hot savings, we're taking bacon down to $2.49 in a 12-ounce pack. Limit 2. Savings on bacon? Whoa, that's 2 love languages at once. We're multilingual like that. Quick Tricks. We're saving your bacon.
Lead the season. Your side declared. Shot it out in front. Omar kicks it up the slot. And here comes
Now 13:32 to go here first. There are no goals as of yet. Minnesota's had 4 shots. The Dallas Stars have had 2. Right now the faceoff is going to be deep in the Minnesota zone to the man to the left of Philip Gustafson. Has a little conversation with the referee right now. But something may have occurred around his net just to keep the officials aware. So grabbing the puck, winning draw is so important for the Wild also. Right now, Minnesota's won 57% of the draws, and they just won another one.
Stars in the defensive zone. Stars are the #1 team in the faceoff circle of the regular season. The Bruins are second in that department. The Wild were near the bottom of the pack. Minnesota won the face-off battle in the opening meeting of the regular season against Dallas, and not again after. Here's Boldy after a loose puck offensive zone. Only gave ice the first man to it, swooping around behind the cage of Otter, fought through the pressure of Suter. As he tried to force it to Johansson, ends up at the left point, Brodin. Long rink by feet, double load, shoots one, that's blocked in front by Suter. That broke his stick, Haskinen into outlet. Marchman gave it away. The Wild trying to story to it. Haskinen's there first, keeping Minnesota at bay. Boldy through the neutral zone, nobody home. Max Domi to pick it up. He'll swing it in. Both teams changing on the fly, 12:45 to go in the opening period, no score.
Yeah, good pickup by Domi coming here as well. Had a good great year as well. He had 20 goals and 36 assists after playing part of the season in Chicago.
7 points in 19 games for the Stars, and they really like this March. Haskinen, the former first rounder, goes to Ryan Suter's defense part. Down through the neutral zone, Radek Fox springs it to the right side, Glendening a hurry shot, rebound off the equipment of Justice, and the Wild took it away from trouble. Loose puck comes to point, Colin Miller with a bid. That's sailed wide. Minnesota able to handle it here. Nyquist skating through center. They'll flip it along for Sam Steele. Steele winds it in. Otter out with his goal stick to push it off to Colin Miller. Miller run by Foligno as he forced it out to the neutral zone. It's poked right back in by the Wild. As Jonas Brodin had just stepped off the Wild bench and dumped it in. Colin Miller, headman. His pass rattled around the Wild line. Now Jamie Benn hoping for Donovan. And Benny Donovan couldn't do much in the corner to the right of Gustafson. Duty now for Minnesota, just simply jarring the puck out to the neutral zone. Hurley forced it back ahead. Ben's pass too far for Wyatt Johnston. Dumba got it just out to the neutral zone. Ben winds it back in. Left wing corner, Brodin. Stars ran early, but Brodin didn't realize that. He fired it all the way down the ice. It'll come in on Ottinger, so no icing as both teams are finishing a change. Spurgeon at his own right circle for Minnesota. D to Jake Middleton, slap back for Spurgeon. O'Hagan ahead, Boldy over the offensive line. Spun up, handled his pass, and then got it back. He was able to trickle it off the top of the glass. Freddie Gaudreau looking to come up with it. The Stars able to guide it free, Sagan hit hard by Middleton as he got the puck out the center of it.
So that's what Minnesota needs also. Minnesota defense doing a good job of playing that physical part of the game.
Johansson spins it to Jake Middleton. He baits some pressure his way as he sits in his own left circle before feeding it to the right side for Spurgeon. Chucked back to Middleton and hinged along for Boldy. Very passive forecheck by the Stars. The Wild trying to maintain puck possession. Kaprizov to Boldy. Danced it back to Kaprizov. Little chip and chase, left wing side, going against Hopkins Pod and run into the glass. As Hartman couldn't come up with that offering. As the Stars center around the net, now they label it ahead looking for Rope hits. Backboard is Jonas Brodin for Minnesota. Good pass to Kaprizov, spun off some trouble. Carved his way through center. We've tracked the midway point of the first. Here's Zuccarello on side right circle, offering a long shot that skips to the ground point. Kaprizov able to pick it up, played it behind the net. Haskinen intercept for Dallas. He'll fling it along. Ryan Suter just pluck it off the right wing board. Pavelski didn't handle it cleanly. Two-stop Nyquist now for the Wild. Steers it back. Things settle down a bit as both teams finish a change.
Yeah, good start by both these teams. Minnesota's done a terrific job so far. Puck possession, but also taking the body up there, getting some offense going.
Nyquist floats in from center. Under 9 minutes to go in the opening period. Shots are 6-3 in favor of the Wild. Foligno to a turnover. At the left point, offensive zone. Played it back in the cage, looking for Sam Steele. Hardly trying to wrap him up. Steele guides it to the point. Merrill, and then bouncing puck, just trying to glance off his blade. He did his best to hold the line, and the Stars now fire it ahead. Brock Faber will take it, go D to D. Merrill left side, pitched it up ice. Foligno bumped immediately by Colin Miller, but he did deflect it deep. Again, the Wild trying to change. The Landry in the neutral zone couldn't come up with it. Up ice speed. It's batted back the other way by Minnesota. Duhaime pressures. Harley played it past his reach. And the two teams battle for it now in the neutral zone, emerging as Connor Dewar. Dewar trying to play past the check right side. Penalty call coming as Duhaime got flipped, trying to follow up the play. And I believe the Stars will be short-handed, Tom.
They will be short-handed. That's a big plus for Minnesota. They're just checking right now with Duhaime to see if there's any injury on the play before they make the call for the penalty, but it comes at a time when Minnesota gets the first power play of the scoreless game.
Dallas penalty, number 14.
So Jamie Benn goes to the box right now. Minnesota goes on the power play, and this is going to be the area that is really, really important when you get the playoff competition. You look at Minnesota on the power play this year, they're 21.4% at 54 goals, and you look at the
Dallas Stars in killing the penalty. They were at 83.5%. They were third overall in the league, getting up 40 goals shorthanded.
8:08 to go in the first. Wild power play. When we come back, no score in game one. You're listening to Wild Hockey presented by XL Energy.
Your employees aren't just trying to pay their bills. They're trying to take care of their families. Daily Pay helps you show your employees that you're there to help by making it easier to access their earned pay. Visit dailypay.com/radio.
Blending elements from post-grunge, hard rock, and heavy metal, Steve catapulted out of the scene and into major success over 2 decades ago. At the start of the millennium, they blazed the trail with hits like It's Been a While, Right Here, and So Far Away. Hear these and more when the group rocks the Treasure Island Amphitheater on Saturday, September 9th. Get your tickets now at ticasino.com.
This is Jonas Bodine of the Minnesota Wild, and I'm Matt Goldie. Here's what's coming up this week in Wild Hockey.
Game 2 will be Wednesday night from Dallas. Extended pregame starts at 7 o'clock in the Twin Cities on KFAN. The network joins at 8:15. Puck drops just after 8:30. Stanley Cup scoreboard. First night of the Stanley Cup playoffs, we got a final. The Hurricanes beat the Islanders 2-1 in Raleigh. They lead that best-of-7 series 1-0. Bruins up over the Panthers 3-1, 5:30 left to go in regulation. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Wild Hockey presented by XL Energy. Check out the Power Trip Morning Show weekday mornings at 5:30 on the radio home of the Minnesota Wild, FM 100.3 KFXN, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the fans.
Back here in Dallas, 8:05 to go in the opening period with Tom Reed and Joe O'Donnell. Minnesota to its first power play of the postseason. Stars able to win the draw and clear down. From left to right on your radio dial, here's Harrisburg to Kaprizov. Left it all the way back for Johansson, bursting ahead. Over the offensive line, now left circle, Marcus Johansson spinning out of the corner center. Kaprizov, a hurried shot. And Ottinger able to make the save.
Boy, nice play by Johansson. He comes down the ice, and it looks like he's going to come behind the net. Also, he turns, cuts those up, goes back the other way. Put the stick right on the stick of, puck right on the stick of Kaprizov, gets the shot. Shots right now have Minnesota lead net. They're having 7-4, but they are on the power play right now. So it's still 136 in the penalty to Jamie Benn.
Wild win the face-off. Spurgeon holds in at center point. They'll sneak along to Kaprizov. Hack the goalie, spun to the point. Spurgeon given to the left circle now. It's Zuccarello. Career high power play department in the regular season. Spurgeon center point drive. Hit Johansson. Glanced wide. Johansson a bit stung by that shot, it appeared. As the Stars force it back in the Wild zone, here's Harrisburg. He and Jonas Bodine have played the most games in franchise history in the Stanley Cup playoffs. 62 games for each of them coming in now, including tonight. Here's Johansson working it in. The power play now halfway home. Below the goal line, a battle for it. Boldy and Hakanpää chasing to it. Hakanpää pushed by Boldy, trying to muscle it along. Join the fray, Zuccarello. Trying to stab it along for Boldy. Squeezed it into the corner for Kaprizov. They'll quickly rim it around the board. Spurgeon activates right side to gather. The power play can set up shot now with Johansson. Labeling it along the Boldy. Flexed out left circle, Zuccarello. Surveys below the goal line, Kaprizov. Now back to the net. It comes back to Zuccarello. Left wing hash mark. Zuccarello to Boldy. Tries to center, cross ice, and it was too far for the reach of Johansson, and it bounces out the center.
Yeah, Joe, and the one thing that the Dean said this morning about getting into the offensive zone with an advantage and setting up shop in there, and Minnesota's done that so far for the most part.
Stars clear down again, 17 to go on the power play. Minnesota during the regular season, Tom mentioned 21.4%. That was a franchise record for a single season. Here's Hartman attacking. Second unit's on the ice. Hartman muscles one in. Haskinen to pick it up. Rodin deep in on the forecheck, pounding the puck. And he's allowing Freddie Gaudreau to come over and gather. Now Gaudreau trying to step out left circle, and it's stripped away. Bends out of the box. The Wild 0 for 1 on the man advantage. Here's Dumba swinging it back to Brodin. Brodin left circle. Now over the tape of Ryan Hartman, who filtered it free for Gaudreau. Gaudreau cutting over the offensive line. His pass was tipped. Nyquist rescues it, sent it behind the net. Ottinger aggressively out to Haskinen. His pass skips away from its intended target. The Wild take over again. Nyquist backhands it in.
Wow, they're really skating well right now. They've really got their legs going.
5.5 minutes to go in the opening period. No score. Foligno on the forecheck causing a bit of chaos. Stars just have to sky through center. 7 shots for Minnesota, 5 for Dallas. Dumba through the neutral zone. It's cruised ahead. Steele looking for Foligno. That was Errant. Here's Robertson attacking. Dropping it off. Max Domi center. Robertson couldn't get a shot off cleanly.
Yikes, the Oilers and the Kings are starting too.
Intercepting a pass to the point is Kaprizov. A cut pass in trouble. Kaprizov over the offensive line. Skated towards the left side. Floated one towards the front and then looking for Steele. That was tipped away. Foligno to get there, but the Wild changing. So it's passing a no man's land. Pavelski for Dallas. Drops it back for Colin Miller. Less than 5 minutes to go in the opening period. Farley from the red line, left side, snaps it. Merrill back to defend, was hauled down. The Wild break up a centering feed and they'll dart up ice. Reeves during the rush is Brandon Dealing goes ahead. Dealing on the offensive line, right circle of the wrister. And that's in the glove of Ottinger for the most part. It's been very clean time, not a lot of rebounds so far.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Both goaltenders doing the job they have to do, but Minnesota doing a good job of coming down the ice once again. Lots of times in that offensive zone.
4:41 to go in the first. When we come back to Dallas, it's the Stanley Cup playoffs. We're scoreless. You're listening to Wild Hockey for WXR.
Get a break on record high gas prices with some BMO Harris Bank Cashback MasterCard by earning up to 3% cash back on gas and grocery purchases made with the card. It's a great way to save on purchases you make every day. Visit BMOHarris.com/streaming.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what brings your driving toward. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with
Okay, so that's their... Alright, so unfortunately we cannot stream the... Well, we cannot stream the play-by-play from the Kings. Well, let's see if we can do it from the Oilers. Let's see if we can do it from the Oilers side. Let's see if we can do it from the Oilers side. I think we're probably going to get a streaming error as well, because we're probably going to get an error like, hey, we can only stream this game in Canada. We're probably going to get an error saying, hey, you can only stream this game in Canada. This isn't right. Listen on air online. Here we go. Here's their stream. And this is their start. Let's see if we... Okay, we're gonna see if we can... We're gonna see if we can get the play-by-play coverage of this game from Edmonton. Huh. Let me see if I can find an independent stream link. Looks like not. This is coming from a different country. Well, let's try the tune-in stream instead. Let's see what result we get. Let's give their tune-in stream a try. See what happens.
Bringing back live to Rogers Place ringside for tonight's national anthem.
Ooh, just in time. Here's the national anthem in Old Canada from Edmonton.
guides it out at first. Stepped aside by the Bruins and backhanded out to center ice. Whistling back into the corner. Sent it back to Bowers at the line. Back drills over to the near side of the Bruins. Fires it out to center ice. Fired back in by Bowers. He still has control of the zone. Kicked to the near corner. McCoy and McAvoy slotted out to center ice. A minute and a half remaining in regulation. Near side to Chapman. Stick handles and McAvoy gets a feed to the left half. From the middle slot, our top try blocked by halfway.
And now, with the student Johnson,
Flips to the right side, back in the corner. And it's a box. We're in regulation. Two guys on the ice. Chuck trying to drive it to the near circle. Straight up and kicked out of the air. Again, down center ice. 1 minute to go. Here in game one. Low straight up along the side. He'll bring it back in. Right there in the far corner. Back it up forward. And it comes out his stick. He's got to deal with Carlo. Picked off by the Bruins. Drilled to the high slot. Forsling shoots. Intercepted by Pasternak. Near side left elbow. And they hit the brakes. And it pounded ahead. Forsling the glove keeps it in. Back of it up. Out forward. Trying to jam it free from Kachuk. Far side to Meyer. Back into the far corner. 50 seconds left. High slot. Snaps to the right circle. Kachuk. Left circle and down. Shoots. And Omar the stick save. And it goes. And a protected nether. 21 seconds left. 3-1 Bruins.
Just to the very end, they were able to get a couple of pucks out. And I love that half flip game, pucks out of the zone.
Your gold starter final mode 2-2. Point 0. Go back. Your gold starter final mode 2-2. Point 0. Go back.
All right, so let's go through everything so far.
It's
Alright, so here's a look so far at all of the games. The Bruins win it. American Family Insurance. I like that. Okay, so here's a rundown of what we've got going on so far. The Bruins win it 3-1 against the Panthers in Boston. They have a 1-game to nothing lead. So they got a 1-0 lead in round 1. So we will have their next game on the 19th. As for the Wild, they are still scoreless. The Wild right now are still scoreless. With only 10 minutes left in the first period. The Oilers and the Kings just got started. I'm gonna switch the game over to this iPad. Well, that's true, because the game just got started. CHED, this is going to be the game right here. So, wow. So we can't hear the play-by-play game from Los Angeles' point of view, but we can hear the Oilers' point of view. But we can hear the Oilers' point of view of the game, so. So, now, before we continue with our Minecraft program, I do want to pass along some information that I found out. So, during that, during my popcorn for the night, I saw Skyblues post I saw Skyblues running a live stream again about Gage. So I believe that Skyblues has seen his new channel. So yeah, Skyblues apparently found Gage's new channel. And now I'm sure everybody's starting to get a hold of it. Now I hear the rants and stuff continuing about Gage. In fact, he's live right now. Well, he was live. So Skyblues is going to be on a. So I'm sure a lot of you who have been part of Skyblues' channel for a while know that he is going to be. He has to take the mandatory state test for school. His test is called the STAR test, which I think that's what many states use. However, our state, we do SATs and ACTs and PSATs here in our state. In fact, all of that was just last week, which explains the reason why I had, you know, the Thursday, Wednesday, and, you know, that explains why I had school on Monday, school on Tuesday, and then Wednesday and Thursday off, and then back to school on Friday and the normal weekend. So, at this point, yes, spring break is truly over. So, yes, spring break is truly over for me at this point. So, that was one of the things Sky Blues was doing during my snack break, during our off time. And I think in terms of construction, this is most likely as far as we're going to go this week. We'll probably get a little bit of the river in, but we'll finish it. We'll finish that whole process next week. So he ran a short 25-minute live stream about Gage, and Northern Illinois and Southern Wisconsin EAS posted a video regarding his status with Atlantic. So this is what he had to say.
Hello everybody, Isaac here. Just a quick video saying that I'm done with Atlantic Canada emergency alerts. We got into a minor argument and he was it. And we blocked each other, but usually that happens when we just get over it and unblock each other. But he was like, no one's giving you too many chances, I'm done. So alright, so I'm just telling people like Gabriel Gregson and, you know, everybody else in the EAS community that I'm done with him. So, yep, that's all I had to say.
So yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said in that video.
At the end of the first period, Minnesota has taken the lead on the power play by a score of 1-0. And downstairs right now, Jake Middleton of the Wild. And I guess first of all, Jake, you guys look like you were really well prepared for this.
I'm sure Atlantic is well aware of this already, so he was already mentioned in the title, so I'm sure he got to see the video.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, everyone can vouch for the fact that you get a couple days rest, your body starts to feel really good from some of the aches and pains that show up throughout the season. And those good guys got the rest, and it was well deserved, and they look good to go right now.
Yeah, nice to have Grill back in the lineup.
And I see the EAS plug got around to uploading a severe weather event. LA EAS got rickrolled by a YouTube ad. And I actually explained the story of how I got, and I actually explained my story of getting rickrolled while going on my way to lunch and watching Classic Concentration at the same time. I haven't heard anything back from him yet, but I'm sure, if he, when he sees my comment, I'm sure he'll see it. Besides, we still need to get back on track with KALI, because it's been a while since we got a test from them.
We'll talk that and more next on tonight's Hockey Live Hotline. Get your questions in now on Twitter, #WildHotline. That's next. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by
Right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad. Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Evening falls. The XL Energy Center attracts an abundance of onlookers, wild hockey fans. Unexpectedly, a mighty call rouses their spirits. It serves as a reminder to heed the call and prepare for a season of excitement. While hockey is calling, heed the calling.
And I-21 is literally 6 lanes across the river.
There's a reason Minnesota is the state of hockey. It's the game we grew up with and loved. From Mini Mikes to the Minnesota Wild, hockey connects us. Highway Credit Union connects us too. For over 91 years, Highway's connected members to the best financial products, rates, and services.
We're paving each section of the bridge individually.
Cars and businesses. And we connect neighbors by partnering with organizations that make our communities stronger. At Highway, we put people before profits. Visit hiway.org and let's connect. Insured by NCUA. Wild leads the Dallas Stars after one period of play. Kirill Kaprizov from Jared Spurgeon and Matt Zuccarello comes on a power play late in the first. That's the difference of the hockey game. And a guy who saw all of it with his own eagle eye, Tom Reed at American Airlines Center. I don't know if you could draw up first period much better than that, Tom. And to get that
And then I think this is as far as we're going to get in terms of paving. Because then we're most likely going to stop here. Alright, so this is where we currently are with I-21. So this is the beginning of this is where I-21 will end temporarily until we start construction of the next major city, which I don't know when we're going to start construction of that. But until that time comes, this is where I-21 will temporarily end. So we just need to build the southbound direction and we will be all set to go. Alright, so we are about done with the southbound direction, which will lead to Lakeland. Need to connect the final sets. And this bridge is done. And that is it. This section of road is done. It's incredible how much of this thing we've done. It's incredible how much of this thing we've completed in one single day. So this will be the temporary number. 79 will be the temporary number of exits on I-21. I'm hoping to get it up to triple digits by the time that new area is complete. And I think this will be the widest point on I-21. This will be the widest point of the entire interstate. Let's just fly all the way. But we'll take you to the river in a little bit. Why don't we tour some more of the town? New York Central Heritage Unit.
Success rate for the Dallas Stars throughout this game. Off this face-off the tile. He throws, pushes it back. He comes over to Dumba for a big drive. Kicked out by the right hand of Monitor. Power play is over. Dumba trying to hold the line. Now Hartman to a bouncing puck. Look at a one night one. Sending one back for Eaton Throw. Firing a side angle shot. It was loose. Whacking away to the Wild. Nyquist below the goal line. Right wing corner's got it. Two-stop Nyquist. Spinning on the point. Dumba's drive. Blocked. It came back to him. He kept it in barely. Yes, he was. Boy, especially teams mid-second period. I don't know how Pavelski even argued that play. He's arguing the call, and he shouldn't be. Well, that gets him off the ice, which is a good thing for Minnesota, but that's another penalty that won at 4:45. Hintz, this one coming at 7:08. Fourth power play of the night for the Wild. They trailed game one on the road in Dallas, 2-1. 12:52 to go in the second. Minnesota's the man advantage after this. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by XL Energy.
Evening falls at the XL Energy Center attracts an abundance of onlookers. Wild hockey times. Unexpectedly, a mighty call rouses their spirits. It serves as a reminder to heed the call and prepare for a season of excitement.
While hockey is calling, heed the call and become a season ticket member for first access to Stanley Cup playoff action. Find out more at wild.com/foreverwild. There's a reason Minnesota is the state of hockey. It's the game we grew up with and loved. With many nights to the Minnesota.
You know, even myself, I'm still surprised that I left all that I-21, all that original I-1 signage in place, even after it was demolished. Look at that. This is where it started. That just curved right here. Basically, it went around in a loop. That's really what it did. And this is what's left of it now. And now adding on to that is what's left of I-5.
Right-handed shot. He's above the center of the ice by the blue line.
Goldie on the draw again. Stars able to come up with it for a moment. Goldie poke checks it free. Johansson rins it around. Kaprizov. Taken along to Zuccarello. And the left wing pass part back up top. Kaprizov. Into the corner. Zuccarello. Back to Kaprizov. On the left circle. So spin to his backhand. And rolling to the line for Spurgeon. Hand it back. Kaprizov left side centering. To his Batterway. Picking up Johansson. Trying to stuff it to the back post. That was blocked. It's Cruz back to the point. What a keep by Spurgeon. Johansson into the corner. Kaprizov centering. Zuccarello's shot was stopped. Big stop there from Ottinger. The rebound penalty.
Minnesota doing a good job of moving the puck with a man advantage here in the offensive zone. Getting shots through net.
Goldie trying to re-attack off a long Spurgeon feed, but a whistle. The Wild were in early.
Outside, I believe is what they're going to call.
Officials huddling up here. Were there too many men on the ice for somebody?
So now that I-21 is all set and done, let's go back into here and continue with the river, in which we ended with on last week's show. I don't know if it was really last week's show, but it was one of those shows. We'll see how much of the river we get through this week. And then after we do the river, we're going to start working on the I-56 and I-1 extensions. And then eventually get their exit numbers reconfigured for the change.
Right now, shots have Minnesota 19-11, but they trail 3-1. the whistle goes, that's the end of it. And that'll keep the face-off deep in the Dallas zone. Well, playoff madness has begun. A Minnesota's wild battle for the cup is in full swing. Become a season ticket member today to receive first access to playoff tickets.
And they're letting another eastbound go through. Come right through La Plata. Alright, so we're trimming down the walls now. Now that's how you quickly trim down a wall. And we are quickly running out of time.
Jumping between the linesman and Dumba and firing that left will certainly draw a look from the officials and from the league. Here are the calls. No, not quite. Well, we knew it was going to be a
to the Wild Hockey, presented by XL Energy.
Visit Parlor St. Paul before or after the Wild game or anytime for great food, drinks, and service. Located on West 7th, go ahead, Google Parlor St. Paul right now. You've got time before the puck hits the ice. Parlor St. Paul is here to celebrate the wins and help forget about the losses, and they're here for the long run. This neighborhood establishment is celebrating 5 years of tasty burgers and craft cocktails, just in case you need another reason to stop by. Located on West 7th, it's Parlor St. Paul.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer. Stanley Cup scoreboard. 2 finals. The Bruins take out the Panthers. Hurricanes beat the Islanders. Game in progress include the Oilers with a 2-0 lead over the Kings. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by XL Energy. The radio home for every Minnesota.
Should have done the ID like they should have done it like 15 minutes ago. But anyway, let me continue. So I'm going back further through that live stream, and like halfway through. So again, Sky Blues took all the time he needed this evening to study for the state test that he's taking tomorrow by looking through the notes that his teachers have posted online. His school district uses Microsoft. His school district uses Microsoft tools. So pretty much everything is submitted through Microsoft. So he still uses OneDrive. His school district still uses Microsoft software. My school district moved to Google. Moved everything over to Google about a couple years ago. Yeah, a couple years ago, my district moved everything entirely over to Google. I mean, the whole entire district has been using the Chrome browser for, I think, pretty much all of its life. Yeah, I think ever since we got Windows, like ever since the district got Windows 7. Around that time, yeah, that's when everybody started using Chrome. And even with Windows 10 and Edge now getting a hold of the Chromium engine, I honestly, and I mean, even with Microsoft Edge and the Chromium, yeah, even with Microsoft Edge having the Chromium engine, I'm surprised that everybody is literally still using Chrome, and I'm not sure if Edge can even keep up. Because, I mean, it is Microsoft's latest browser. I mean, even when Windows 10 came out, I was still using Chrome for some time. That was until, that was during, like, the first version of Edge, because it wasn't as, the first version of Edge just wasn't as good. So, And then as soon as I heard about Microsoft releasing the Chromium edition of Microsoft Edge, giving Edge the Chromium engine, I thought, okay, if this is going to be similar to Chrome, then why do I need 2 Chrome-based browsers, Microsoft Edge and the real Google Chrome? Like, why do I need 2 Chromium-based browsers on my system? So, after I received the Chromium, after I received the new Chromium Edge update, I left Google. I stopped using Google Chrome entirely, and in favor of moving everything over to the new engine of Microsoft Edge. And I've watched that new browser evolve, and it's been great of an experience so far. I mean, I've been talking about this kind of stuff for a while now, but yeah. I mean, even when my school was still using Microsoft stuff, even the Chrome browser was literally the main browser on every single Windows, on every single computer in the district. And even with Windows 10, Chrome has become the go-to browser for everyday use. And in fact, a lot of school shortcuts were even put in place. In fact, I even created my own little shortcut to one of the applications that one of the school websites that we use, one of the web programs we use at my school. Started with middle school, really, and then the district decided to make one myself, so they kind of followed up with my idea. So they created their own experience, and of course they took my idea. And then by the time they got Windows 10, they kind of made, and then they kind of made the experience a little worse. With every time clicking on that shortcut, it always starts like this. And I am aware of how this was all fumbled together. Because there was an option in the property. Here, I'll take an example. Like, I'll go to the desktop here. I'll take this radio shortcut here. Or I could do buzzer or whatever, but I'll just take this as an example. Maybe it's only web shortcuts. But this is an HTML document. This is a web shortcut. So I'm assuming we should get those options. Yeah, here we go. So I'm going to hit OK. Now, here's, so let's take this WeatherIM as that program icon. So this was around the time when my school got Windows 10. By then, Windows 10 was already celebrating its first anniversary. So it had already gotten the anniversary update, and by that time I was introduced to Windows 10 Education. I mean, when the school did get Windows 10, I mean, it was doing pretty well in its first year. I mean, Edge was still on its older version, but however, it wouldn't be until like a few years later that Edge would finally get the Chromium engine. So for a while my school was using Windows 10, we were using Chrome, and this is literally how that one program started up. And I'll demonstrate it right here with the WeatherIM, because I set it to start maximized. Looks like it doesn't want to do it for some reason. Doesn't want to do it. I guess maybe it only works for just regular web shortcuts and not apps. Because this is a web app. This is not a web shortcut. So I guess it's just for independent web shortcuts. So let me set that back to normal. There we are. So I think it could be because it's a web app, and it's to a web app and not a web shortcut. I mean, while I was still using Chrome, like, I didn't know that Chrome had this apps feature. I mean, I did eventually take note of it, and actually to this day, I still use web apps, and it has been really efficient. So because it keeps everything organized for me. So like, I could just do all my YouTube stuff in the YouTube app, and then, like, let's take my school computer, for example. So I have a separate Google Classroom application for all the stuff on Google Classroom. Then I have a separate stuff for Google Docs, and then I have a separate thing for... And there's the rear DPU at the end. And there's the end of that. So I mean, then again, that was like 2016-17. So that was 2016-2017. When we still had Windows 7 Enterprise and eventually 10 Education the following years, around 7th grade or so. Eventually, it did take me some time to get used to their new computers and eventually the Windows 10 operating system. I mean, I have been using Windows 10. They had Windows 7 for a while, and even for a year while Windows 10 was out, they hadn't made the switch yet. And right now, it's been 2 years since Windows 11 came out, and Windows 10 is already in its extended support phase, so it's probably going to be a little bit long. It's going to be a little while before the district decides to make the switch to Windows 11. And once they do, I'm joining them. But right now, I'm staying with Windows. But right now, Windows 10 is best for me. So I'm gonna. So basically, it's my choice. If I want to stay with 10, I stay with 10. I mean, everyone else has their personal preferences. Like, if I want to browse with Edge, then it's my choice to browse with Edge, while everybody else is still browsing with the Chrome web browser, even though they don't know that Edge got the Chromium engine a while ago. I mean, even still to this day, a lot of students. Well, let me think about it. Okay. I already forgot about what I was going to say. I mean, I can describe my school experiences with state testing. Well, let me put this way. However, with middle school, the whole experience with testing was different. Now, remember that program I was talking about earlier? That was the math and that was the math program. Well, that was the platform we were using for math. And I think around like throughout my entire middle school, there was this one. I was part of this one tutorial class, and we actually did, and literally the thing we did every day was just some lessons on that program. Even though they have like a diagnostic test set, we still have to take it, like even in the class, which clearly I don't get it at all. Speaking of the diagnostic test, that is actually what was considered. That was considered the state test for middle school. But here's the catch. And this was the part I hated the most. I mean, just taking the diagnostic test was not too much of a big deal. But there is one part, like even before the test starts, this is the part that really, this was the one part that bugged me the most throughout middle school. Yeah, throughout middle school, this part really seemed to bug me the most. Every single time we take a diagnostic test, we have to use a special login. We had to sign into a special account on the district network rather than our usual student ID. Every student, every student has their own login information for their own personal school account. It's all under their personal ID for school. And the password is always under their last name in lowercase. Like, I mean, personally, I think that is kind of insecure. Because, I really think that's insecure. Because what if the district network got hacked by I mean, let's say I'm Blue's Highway managed to hack the district network, and then, well, do things that a hacker would usually do. I mean, personally, I think using a last name as a password, I really think that's an invasion of privacy personally, but I know that's how the district wants it set up, and that's really how the district wants it set up. But I didn't seem to mind that too much. That part I really didn't even seem to mind too much. I mean, thank goodness that I'm using a customized PIN to log into my personal machine, and not using a PIN to log into Windows here, and not a password. So now I don't have to easily remember a password. I can just have to type in like a 6-digit PIN, and that's it. It's that easy. But that's entirely off topic to what I'm discussing here. It's about my experiences with middle school, and the special login is the exact same. So, like, the account is the name of the program, and the password is the exact same thing as the user account. I'm not sure if that kind of login with the password and the user account being the same, I'm sure that's allowed, but I'm not sure how on the Microsoft Intune network, I'm not sure how they were able to allow that. But every time we'd log into that account, of course, a window for that program would like automatically open up, kind of like a startup application a little bit. And I mean, now that I have the Microsoft Edge web apps, I have a similar thing set up, where I had it set up so it can launch some of the applications that I use on a day-to-day basis on that machine. Like, for example, Google Classroom is the #1 priority, because that's really what I use to submit everything from classwork and stuff. But that's not all. Let me continue with the story. But then again, let me continue with the story. And in fact, the district did something similar for the state science test that I had to take in middle school. It was a very similar experience, where again, oh wow, that was a long power move, and then some bare tables, dang. But that's off topic here, but let me continue with what I was saying. So then again, for the state science test in my middle school, we had to use similar login details. A lot of times, I would just simply not, a lot of times, I would just say, screw that, and just log in with my ID that I usually do, that I would usually do. I just use my usual login details. However, several times, it was more specifically during the diagnostic test, I was literally, I was forced multiple times onto that special account. I mean, I could just hardly resist. I tried to just ignore it and just do the test on my main account. I mean, if it was only... Let me restart that really quickly so I can resync it. Now, let me continue with the story. I'll go ahead and mute the scanner, and now I'll continue with the story. Yeah, I'm going to continue on with the story here. Now, ever since the school had forced Chrome as the default browser, like literally every time I log out and sign back in again, and I try to download a file that I share over from my Google account into this, share it with my school account, yes, that's a thing. If I don't go into settings and change the browser to Edge, then But I mean, let me tell you, honestly, I think they think Chrome does a better job. But there is something I could potentially be thinking. I could potentially be thinking that the school could disable Edge entirely. That's right. They could just disable the Edge browser, like somebody who uses Edge as a daily driver, like I do. Would suddenly one day turn on their school computer and then launching the Edge browser, and then the Edge browser would just stay at a white screen for about a second or two and then crash. And I keep doing it over and over again, and then I try to restart it, try to reset everything, the browser, and try to do everything I could, but nothing worked. So then I thought, did the school disable Edge? And then I try it, and then I see if any other students are having the same problem, and apparently they all were. That's the kind of dream that I'd be thinking about personally when it comes to school technology. But I mean, it's their policies they set the Windows policies, and every user has to be aware of them. And I mean, after considering the fact that Edge was disabled, I could picture the next thing is that they're going to make everybody switch to Chrome. But let me start up here, because this is where... Oh, they issued another one? Well, this is where we're going to continue from. That's where we're going to finish the iPause test thing here in just a moment. And then I think I recall a few times where on the board, I think it was on a whiteboard in class. I think it was on a few occasions. There was something on the board that says thing that said, please use Chrome to complete this assignment, or always use Chrome, or something like that. I don't remember what it was exactly, but it was something like that. I just didn't care, and I just continued to use the browser, my choice. Here's the thing. I get to choose, it's my choice. I choose the browser to use, and then there's the alternate browser. I do Edge as the primary browser, and then I just use Chrome as an alternate browser in case Edge stops working. And then all the other students have it the flip side. Chrome is the primary, but then Edge is a backup. So, while having two browsers on the system, I think that's really a good thing. But I could picture the school getting rid of Edge entirely and forcing everyone to use Chrome. Or suddenly the school redirecting the Edge windows over to Chrome. I could just try and launch a web page in Microsoft Edge, and then an automated script would run, redirecting everything over to Google Chrome, including web apps. I'm not sure if that's even possible, but personally, that would be the last thing going through my mind if the school were to do anything like that. But anyway, going back on a topic with our Minecraft show, as you can tell, as we have done enough with the river, as we have completed enough work with the river, that is where we are going to stop. So as we have done enough progress with the river this week, where we're at right now, that is where we're going to stop for this week. So that's our Minecraft program. So on next week's show, we are going to continue working with the river a little bit more, and then we're going to eventually get started on the extension of I-56. basically kind of give it a head start, and then we'll finish up the extension of I-92 and get it hooked up into, and then eventually get it hooked up into the Unaville area. And then I'm considering an I-92, I-21 concurrency, but I don't really think that's going to work out, because I-92 is eventually going to go like a loop pattern, and I don't want that happening. So, then need to figure out another way with I-92, but we'll get there eventually. Alright, so for right now though, we are going to finish up the IPOS compilation entirely by going back on some of WJ01's things that were issued so far following all this. So first up, this fire warning, the Samoa IPOS test, the phone outage, WMPP Weekly, Grand Forks IPOS test, another phone outage, flash flood watches from Hawaii. And that should be it from that point. Alright. Now let me go down here and hit the button to end the share. Alright, so now, as we were going to discuss, the monthly tests that will be taking place over the next couple of days. We're going to be discussing the month, well, you all know the drill here, so So, the monthly tests for New Jersey and Arkansas are tonight. What I'm gonna do, however, is I'm gonna do the entire Hot Springs. However, for the Arkansas monthly test, I'm gonna do the entire Hot Springs cluster. I'm gonna do the entire Hot Springs cluster for that test. And oh, that's right, the GWES thing is not going to end entirely. So I'm just going to pick one station and stick with it. Now I can't seem to get the cube to turn off. Just keep hitting the off button as much as I'd like to, and it won't go any further. Like, even though this remote works with this cube, it's like it doesn't work at all. It's not responding to a brightness command. I literally have to put the remote close to the cube just to get it to turn off. There we go, got it. Finally. Okay. Now, continuing on with what I was saying about, but then, as I said, later on, I had stated that Buzzer is going to be changing their schedule starting this weekend. So starting this weekend, Buzzer is getting a new weekend schedule. So you see again, Buzzer's getting a new weekend schedule starting this Saturday. And it goes as follows. And that weekend schedule goes as follows. Well, pretty much everything's normal. You'll have Password Plus, Super Password, Match Games, Hollywood Squares Hour, Family Feud, a lot of paid programming. And then here is where we start to have some changes. Body Language will air at 9:30 a.m. But then where Classic Concentration would usually be, its time slot has been replaced with Blockbusters from 1981. This date is from June 19th and June 22nd, respectively, of 1981. That is that. And then Classic Concentration has actually been moved to the next time slot, which in this case would be 11 and 11:30 a.m. So, this means starting this weekend, in addition to the Saturday morning tests, we are also going to be bringing you Classic Concentration live during the daytime, which is something that has not been done before. And in fact, this will be the exact same thing during the Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me show, which is going to be an incredible feat. And then Supermarket Sweep at noon, an hour-long marathon of Supermarket Sweep, then an hour-long marathon of Sale of the Century, then an hour-long marathon of Pressure Luck, and then an hour-long marathon of Super Password, and then 6 p.m. are some Tattletales, then To Tell the Truth, a bunch of Newlywed Games, and then at 10 p.m. all the way through 11:30, they have swapped the 1989 and 1990 episodes of Concentration. So now between 10 a.m. and midnight is now where Classic Concentration stands in terms of the overnight pattern. So this is going to be their new schedule for this weekend. And again, Sunday will be nothing different. So Sunday again will be nothing different. It's the same thing. Blockbusters, Concentration, Supermarket Sweep, Sale of the Century. Well, at least this Saturday we're actually going to get something to watch. So I'm actually really happy about it. All starts at 10 a.m. with Blockbusters, then Concentration at 11:30, Supermarket Sweep noon, then Sale of the Century at 1, Pressure Luck at 2, and Super Password at 3. Well, I'll probably be done after Pressure Luck because maybe I'll watch Super Password, but Match Game, I don't know about that. And then the Match Game Hollywood Squares Hour from 1984 at 5. Wow. And then, of course, again, Tattletales, then To Tell the Truth, and then the Newlywed Game yet again, and then again, all the Classic Concentration stuff. Now, this is for all this week, so I'm assuming... Oh, yeah, that's right. Classic Concentration is going to re-air those episodes in a few minutes, but this is a school night, so we don't care. But again, everything is the same. This is supposed to be the Newlywed Game. I don't know why it still says paid programming. I think the schedule is different based on the station you're watching. Like, I think it's all different depending on the station you're watching. Can't wait to talk about... I think they need to add talk about to the nighttime pattern again. But then again, Body Language at 8, Pressure Luck at 9, Concentration at 10, and then that's it. Nothing else interesting to me. And then, of course, these four concentrations. And then that's really it for the buzzer schedule otherwise. So let's update the scores where we are at right now. The Wild and the Stars are tied at 2 as we get ready to say goodbye here. The Wild and the Stars are currently tied at 2, and the Oilers right now lead 2-0, with only a minute or so left to go in period number 2. So that's really going to be about it for. And then after those 2 games, that's really going to be it for hockey night tonight. So that's really going to be it. So let's go through, and then we'll go through the game 2. So right now the Bruins lead the series against the Panthers 1-0. Game 2 will be Wednesday night at 6:30 p.m. The Maple Leafs and the Lightning will begin their series tomorrow night at 6:30. The next game, so the Hurricanes have won the game 2-1 against the Islanders. The Islanders, their next game will be on Wednesday night at 6 p.m. That will be game 2 of that series. The Devils and the Rangers will also start their series tomorrow. That will be at 6 p.m. The Golden Knights and the Jets will also start their series at the same time. And then following the game with the Oilers and the Kings tonight, their next game will be on Wednesday night. We're probably not going to cover much of it though, but that's alright. Wednesday night after tonight is game 2 of the Stars and the Wild. Then again we have that double header. Tomorrow night we begin the Avalanche and the Kraken. The Colorado Avalanche and the Seattle Kraken. We start that series. We start that little series tomorrow. So yeah, that series we start tomorrow. So that is a rundown of the schedule for each of these games as we continue through hockey's biggest tournament. For hockey's biggest prize, the Stanley Cup. That is right. That is right. The Sox will host their first doubleheader of the season, with the first game being at 3 p.m. and then 6:30 for game 2. Again, I'm rounding those times. And then here is a Delaware Amber Alert. What was that? 75,108 chips. Shit, jackpot winner. The last server with HL. Sad, wholesome. Personally, yeah, that is kind of sad myself. But we are going to be starting the last server with high limit. The last server with the high limit room. But, so the high limit room, I think, is gone, but I don't know for sure. So anyway, so that's really about it. So, installing updates. Yes, don't you love it when Discord updates on its own? Alright, took care of that very quickly. And now we have everything back up and running, but we're not going to need this running for long, though, because we are about to... Oh. And I see a Kansas City Southern on the third unit. The third unit was a Kansas City Southern. It's not called Kansas City Southern anymore. It's now called Canadian Pacific Kansas City. So it's now called Canadian Pacific Kansas City. Yeah, it's now called Canadian Pacific Kansas City. So any Kansas City Southern or Canadian Pacific unit that I now see, I'll name it by its new name, Canadian Pacific Kansas City. So in fact, this is the first, I mean, honestly, I don't know if any of you follow railroading like I rarely do. This is the first major railroad merger in over 30 years. This is the first major railroad merger in over 30 years. Ever since the Burlington Northern Santa Fe merger, where it became BNSF. Now it's CPKS. Now it's CPKC. So we now call it Canadian Pacific Kansas City. And with this is actually going to be the first, and I think with this being considered, this could be considered the very first transcontinental railroad. The very first transcontinental railroad that has ever existed. It's the very first transcontinental railroad that has ever existed in the world. Probably, most likely the very first time since the 2019 season, I must say, personally. Okay, so we do have a couple more things that we need to take care of before we go. So again, we have the New Jersey monthly test later tonight. And this time I should try and remember the mistake I made, so that way we don't end up with a similar problem. So here is what we are going to do for the New Jersey monthly test. I'll clear it all. I'll get the iPause compilation rendered as soon as ETS does their test. So as soon as WETS does their test, I'm going to end the iPause compilation entirely and then submit it as it is. Yikes, I see a freeze warning in effect. Oh my god. Wow. We're going up to 60 tomorrow following this freeze. And then we'll be in the 70s again on Wednesday and Thursday, respectively. And then after that, we're back down into the 40s. Oh. And then we're going to be continuing on a pattern for a paradise is ready for you. Yes, definitely where I want to go, paradise. But, alright. So, here is what I am going to do. So, now, here is what I'm going to do for Arkansas. For the Arkansas test tonight, I'm going to go over it. I'm going to essentially copy this automation here. I'm going to do KLAZ for it. And I'm going to set this up to run at 11:53 So just for tonight and for tonight only, the Wi-Fi animation will come on. The whole thing will then wait 5 seconds and then open KLAZ, which is what we will use for the Arkansas monthly test. As for New Jersey, however, I'm going to change up the... As for New Jersey, however, I'm going to change the automation up in here. This is in the event I do want to do it, but in this case, no. Yeah, it's GCU. However, I'm going to set this for midnight instead. I'm going to set this for midnight Tuesday. We're going to see how this goes. So, I'm going to pull up W, R, and J. And this is what I will use for New Jersey's monthly tonight. And I'm going to see if this is able to stop. Okay, so it does work correctly. Alright, perfect. Alright, so that is perfect. That is exactly how I want it to go. So, W, R, and J is what I will use for New Jersey tonight, and KLAZ is what I will use for Arkansas using the already automated pre-automation that I've already set up. Those are going to be the only 2 monthly tests that we have tonight. The rest of the set will be the usual automated tests. Yeah, so again, the rest of the set will be the usual auto tests that we have tonight. The third period is just getting underway now. This period, the Oilers period, is over. They lead 2-0. The Wild just got started with their third period. The game is right now tied. Unfortunately, as for the broadcast of this thing, that is as far as I'm going to go tonight. I will get WBTS before I do officially commit tonight, but I'll let the Wild game run on its own. Alright, that's going to be the last out here of the Wild tonight. So, I will be looking over the final scores of each of those 2 remaining games, and I'll probably cover them over the air tomorrow. Now, before we go, however, because of this doubleheader change, I do want to actually make a quick announcement about a change to our schedule for tomorrow. So, rather than, so what we'll probably do tomorrow is we'll only do a half-hour long program, or, you know what, I think we should do the whole thing weekly test Wednesday style. So rather than doing a special, program, rather than doing that, rather than just airing some EAS stuff for, there's everything. So rather than airing some EAS stuff for an hour and a half, while also at the same time missing out on White Sox baseball, what we're going to do instead is we are going to start the broadcast of the game. Right, we're going to begin our live on-air broadcast right away. So right when we get back at 2:30 in the afternoon, we're getting on the air immediately. and we're going to begin our special live on-air broadcast. Alright, so let me repeat once more. We're going to get on the air first thing right away when we start tomorrow. So when we start tomorrow, the live on-air broadcast will be the very first thing that we do. And that's going to be the thing we will probably be doing all day. Am I forgetting about those Brandon Scruggs things? I should have used them today, but whatever. Oh yeah, I still have all this stuff to clear. AMU, ALK, FMT, GRQ, stuff from a few days ago. I still have a few other things to get out here. Get out of here. There's all those classic concentration chanters. So the first thing we'll do tomorrow is we'll get on the air right away, and we are going to begin preparation for the White Sox game. The 2 White Sox baseball doubleheaders, and well, you'll hear the game. I am in another area of our studio, watching both Inside Edition, Classic Concentration, and Jeopardy. And then after those, we'll come back here and we will get started with our Roblox show for this week, and that is tomorrow. And then you all know the drill. 5 p.m. will be Masterminds. Are they trying to test? I don't know if they did it yet or they haven't, but anyway. And then People Puzzler, again, they're all repeats for the time being. And then at 6 p.m. we'll pause again for Switch, and then Wheel of Fortune, and then we're going to take care of Split Second and Millionaire for those nights, unless anything changes. Yeah, that Comet logo is going to be in my head for a while. And then after that should really be about it. I mean, I can't believe it took everyone this long this morning, but at least I'm glad they finally did it. So now, tomorrow, we begin K-Love. Yeah, that's right. All the positivity and all the encouragement begins tomorrow, and in fact, maybe I'll actually start it as early as tonight. And we'll see if, let's start it as early as tonight, see if they do it early into day 3. So we will see, what happens with K-Love in that note. So we'll try them tonight, we'll see what happens. So we will see what ends up happening. And hopefully this attempt will go as much better as, hopefully this attempt will be as better as, more better than last time. Did ATS even run their test at all, or did they not do it yet? I think they have already. I think they already have. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so that is about so that's gonna do it. So now I'm gonna put the finishing touches. And there we go. I'm gonna get today's iPaws compilation up. And I'm gonna get prepped for New Jersey and everything else of that nature. So, with that being said, that is gonna do it for us here tonight. We'd like to thank you very much for joining us. But before we go, of course, there are a few things that I must tell you. First is that Plainfield TV, I need to tell you that Plainfield TV is owned and operated by the SPC Plainfield Media Corporation, and that some of the videos presented today come from uploaders who have accepted our request for their content to be aired, which we barely do anymore, but maybe someday we'll finally get their content back up and running on this station, but we'll see. But anyway, any and all alerts heard during the broadcast today, including videos from my main channel and programs on Plainfield TV, can be re-uploaded for archival purposes only. However, you must grant permission from me in order to do so. If you re-upload my content without permission, it's a copyright takedown. And it's that easy. So, once again, the schedule for tomorrow. We're not doing any programming before our Roblox show because we're going to come on the air immediately to prepare for the White Sox doubleheader, which the first game will start at 3 p.m. at the same time as Classic Concentration and Inside Edition. I'll be downstairs watching both of those shows along with Jeopardy, and then I'll be back up here, to watch to get our Roblox show started, and then we'll be back downstairs to watch Masterminds, and I'll be back up here again for that half-hour break where People Puzzler is, and then I'm gonna come back down for Switch, Wheel of Fortune, Split Second, that new one, which actually we've approved, so that's a great show. And then Millionaire, so it's probably not going to be till around 8 o'clock or so that we get our stuff back up and running here, so. I've already made it manageable, so if I can make it manageable, it can be manageable. So, it's that easy. So anyway, pretty much now at this point, I'm going to get the iPaws compilation. I'm right now exporting the iPaws compilation. It's halfway done. So I'm going to get it uploaded, I'm going to get it rendered, get it uploaded, and then it should be all set and done for the night. And then the Tuesday test will lead off with New Jersey and Arkansas. And then that will be the morning stuff, and then eventually we'll have the early morning into the afternoon things. There isn't going to be too much around those times either, because it's mainly all overnight. Like, there aren't really too many tests during the day. But then again, so far, only 2 out of 10 are done. I'm saying 10 because then TOP and ETA are not doing their weeklies because this is a monthly week. I'm assuming KHPR is not doing a weekly on a monthly week either, because this is Hawaii's second monthly test week. Because it's an evening month, they're going to do a nighttime monthly test. So with this being considered the case, there's only 10, and now we're down to 8 stations, and we're just getting started with the week. Would love to see more go tonight. Possibly YMD, YCT, NRP. Maybe. We'll see what ends up happening with all those. But until then, we thank you very much for joining us here tonight. We hope you enjoyed spending your evening with us, and we hope you'll join us again tomorrow to do the same. And so we will continue our coverage with we will continue on with the coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs tomorrow, And we will also bring you that White Sox doubleheader as well. So, until then, thanks for watching and have a great rest of your evening.